Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good morning, distinguished guests, respected keynote speakers, presenters, participants, and colleagues. Welcome to the day 2 of the 5th International Conference on Education, Health, Agriculture, and Engineering hosted by Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santu, Paulus, Ruteng. I am Pascaliana Hilpriska Danal, your MC for today's conference. It is an honor to have all of you here with us today as we continue our academic discussion, knowledge sharing, and research collaboration that contribute to the advancement of education, humanities, health, agriculture, and engineering around the world. Before we begin, to ensure the smooth and orderly implementation of our conference, we kindly request all participants to observe the following guidelines throughout the Zoom sessions. Yang pertama, mohon mengganti nama tampilan Zoom dengan nama lengkap dan institusi Anda. Please rename your Zoom display name using your full name and institution. Yang kedua, peserta diharapkan bergabung 10-15 menit sebelum sesi dimulai untuk pengecekan audio dan video. Participants are encouraged to join 10-15 minutes before the session for audio and video checks. Selalu nonaktifkan mikrofon kecuali ketika diberi kesempatan berbicara oleh moderator. Please keep your microphone muted unless invited to speak by moderator. Peserta dianjurkan menyalakan kamera selama sesi plenary dan paralel jika jaringan memungkinkan. Participants are encouraged to keep their cameras on during plenary and parallel sessions with bandwidth allows. Gunakan kolom chat secara profesional untuk pertanyaan akademik atau teknis. Use the chat box responsibly for academic or technical inquiries. Jaga etika dan kesopanan dalam seluruh interaksi, baik lisan maupun tulisan. Maintain professionalism, courtesy, and academic integrity at all times. Dilarang melakukan perekaman tanpa izin panitia. Recording is not permitted unless authorized by the organizing committee. Instruction for returning to the main room after parallel session. Setelah sesi paralel berakhir, peserta akan menerima notifikasi bahwa breakout room akan ditutup. At the end of the parallel session, you will receive a notification that the breakout room is closing. Silakan klik return to main session ketika muncul pada layar. Please click return to main session when prompted. Jika tidak muncul otomatis, peserta dapat memilih secara manual, leave room, lalu return to main session. If prompt does not appear, you may return manually by selecting leave room and then return to main session. Pastikan kembali ke main room tepat waktu agar agenda konferensi dapat dilanjutkan sesuai jadwal. Please ensure you return to the main room on time to proceed with the scheduled conference program. Jika mengalami kendala teknis, segera hubungi host atau co-host melalui chat. Should you encounter technical issues, please contact the host or co-host via the chat function. Attendance form completion in the main room. Setelah kembali ke main room, peserta diwajibkan mengisi daftar hadir yang akan dibagikan melalui tautan di chat. After returning to the main room, participants are required to complete the attendance form provided via the chat in the link. Pastikan nama dan institusi sesuai dengan format yang diminta panitia. Please ensure your name and institution follow the format requested by the committee. Pengisian daftar hadir diperlukan untuk pengisian dokumentasi dan sertifikasi konferensi. Attendance completion is required for conference documentation and certificate issue. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to our first keynote session of the day. Allow me to introduce our moderator. The moderator is Ms. Maria Olga Jelimun, MPD. Our distinguished speaker for this session is Dr. Roby Sutanto from Loughborough University, United Kingdom. At this point, I invite our moderator, Ms. Maria Olga Jelimun, to lead the session. Ms. Olga, the floor is yours.
Well, good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and participants. I am Maria Olga Jelimun, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you to this session and to introduce our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Roby Susanto from Loughborough University, United Kingdom. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Roby is a reader in Construction Innovation Management and a British Academy Global Innovation Fellow. Dr. Roby brings over 20 years of pioneering research in flood and community resilience. His early work as a Lloyd's TSB Research Fellow produced innovative remediation strategies that significantly reduce recovery time and cost for flood damage properties. This experience deepened his commitment to understanding the human dimension of disaster resilience, leading to his role as a co-investigator in the EPSRC CREW program, where he explored individuals' contributions within social system. Driven by a personal connection to Indonesia, Dr. Roby has led transformative international collaborations through major programs funded by the British Council Newton Fund and Indonesia's Ministry of Research, Technology and Higher Education. His leadership in the Bugis and Floodfin Java projects has shaped policymaking on nature-based solutions, urban resilience, and flood insurance for vulnerable communities, receiving international recognition, including an outstanding paper award at the Emerald Literary Awards. Beyond research, Dr. Roby has served as a world-class professor and visiting professors at leading universities in Indonesia and Canada, supervised 15 completed PhDs and contributed extensively to professional bodies, including the Environment Agency's RFCC Innovation Subgroup. His work has earned numerous prestigious awards, including the CIOB International Innovation and Research Premier Award. Well, ladies and gentlemen, today Dr. Roby will share his insights about blue-green infrastructure diffusion. What can we learn from iPhone? Well, ladies and gentlemen, now let's welcome Dr. Roby to share his insights about his topic. Hello, Dr. Roby. Are you there?
Hello. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. We hope that we see you in a well condition. Well, Dr. Roby, it's your time to share your insights about this topic, and you have 45 minutes to present your material, and the rest of the time, around 25 minutes, is for discussion session. So, Dr. Roby, time and screen is yours.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you for a really good introduction. I guess I need to share my screen
Yeah.
to see. Okay. Can you share my? Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can. Yes. First, thank you for inviting me to be a keynote speaker in this really important conference. And I guess this is the first time I sort of be able to talk about what I'm doing to colleagues at Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santu Paulus, and it's really great opportunity to be able to share my experience. So the title of my presentation is really blue-green infrastructure diffusion, and what can we learn from iPhone? It seems completely two different sort of object or subject. So I guess you have to listen until the end to be able to see what I mean here. So I'm at the moment is on fellowship. It used to be called sabbatical, but now we call it fellowship. So I'm sponsored by the British Academy. So from September until August, at the end of August next year, so I'll be working with local government and academic colleagues in ITB and Universitas Diponegoro in Bandung and Semarang. Yeah, so I'm also reader in construction innovation management, but also I used to be program leader for construction management until my fellowship. So I have to um, um, delegate to my more junior colleagues. So what is it about then? So I'm just like to share about the work in my fellowship here. So it's really called Blue-Green Infrastructure Diffusion in Low-Income Communities. So it's part of ODA Global Innovation Fellowships. So I'm the first one of 7 awardees. Yeah, so from out of probably about 300 applications. So it's very competitive process that I'm really honored and lucky to be able to be appointed in this prestigious appointment. So it's part of ODA. ODA is a stand for Official Development Assistant. So in essence, is the British government allocate certain tiny percentage of GDP for helping or supporting development in the global south. Not just in research, but research is comprised of very small, tiny percentage of ODA funding, and now it's really great opportunity to help out uh, my home country. So the aim of the fellowship itself is to support development of policies that facilitate the diffusion of blue-green infrastructures within low-income community in Indonesia, which comprise of several objectives. First is to develop innovation system framework, such as mission-oriented innovation system. So what is mission-oriented innovation system is comprised of actors and institutions that contributes to development and diffusion of innovative solution to address societal challenges. And also I will evaluate blue-green infrastructure case study to look at the co-benefit and how this could be scaled up. And also part of the fellowship is to engage stakeholders, this local government and local community in Indonesia. Partners, so I mentioned earlier that my partner is ITB in Bandung and Universitas Diponegoro Semarang, but also I'm working with local government in West Java, particularly with Disperkim Jabar. Disperkim is housing and settlement agency, and also was founded initially by Everett Rogers in the 60s. So basically, this is categorized people within social system into 5 categories. First one is innovators, which is a small percentage, probably about 2% of the whole population. And then we have early adopters, and then probably about 7% to 10%, and then early majority probably about 35%, late majority 35%, and laggard is the rest is laggard. So, and it's really describe about the momentum and how innovation is diffused within the social systems. And you can see here between early adopters and early majority, there is a chasm. And the purpose of innovation management is really about, one of the main purpose is actually to close the chasm if possible, because chasms is also called a valley of death. So basically, innovation before it become mainstream is a lot of hurdles that have to be overcome, obstacles has to be overcome so that it can be mainstreams. The main reason is because early adopters is really visionaries. They look for a breakthrough. They look for innovation that allow a step change. And of course, with any innovation will involve large degree of risk. Yeah. Whereas early majority is really pragmatic. So pragmatic in terms of they only see the practical side of innovations. They don't really want to take risks. Yeah. And it's entirely two different type of people that require different approach. Yeah. So innovation is difficult. So if you are talking about innovations, out of 3,000 innovation, only one is successful. Yeah, so it's really challenging to be able to go through all this curve. But there are examples of successful innovations, such as the use of mobile phone, the use of smartphone. Yeah, so that's a good example of successful innovations. And to be able to make sure innovation go through the social systems, so we need innovation policy. Yeah, so there are 3 sort of generation of innovation policy. So at the moment, we in the academic world actually try to tackle or try to develop the 3rd generation. The 1st generation now, this is about fixing the market failures that individual company don't invest enough in innovation, and therefore the offering, the competitiveness of companies low. And as a result, if we look at the social system as accumulation of a number of different companies, then if the company don't invest in innovation, then of course certainly the whole region is not competitive. Yeah. And the motive is really about making profits, so economic motive. So that's 1st generation. The 2nd generation is really about how we can mobilize innovation system at national level. So it's about strengthening innovation network. Yeah. So also this is about making more profit, making more money out of innovation. And there are example of 2nd generation. One particular example is perhaps Made in China 2025. That is a policy by the Chinese government to develop innovation, technological innovation in China, and we have seen the impact of that now. And there are a lot of examples of how electric vehicle has been penetrated in a lot of different countries. Yeah, so the China is also very advanced in terms of robotic and AI. Yeah, so Made in China 2025 was launched in 2015, and after 10 years, we will see impact of that.
Betul bukan goblok masalah.
And the third
Itu kita
generation is quite different because the third generation is really not about economic, it's not about generating money, it's about societal challenges. And it's really about transforming socioeconomic systems. And this is totally different from the previous generation of innovation policy. And it's not about, solving, a technical problems of individual governmental agency, but it's about looking into a coherent strategy that involve multiple institutions. And this is something that, we have not found really, the right form yet. Yeah, so the third generation. So hopefully by the end of my fellowship, I could really contribute to development of this third generation of innovation policy. One of the framework that I like to see, there are a few examples, but one of the quite famous example is mission-oriented framework. Yeah, so this is by Maria Mazzucato, and the example is here, and how the top goal of the mission-oriented framework is to achieve Sustainable Development Goal (SDG). That's the grand challenge that we as a society will have to address, and there are missions to achieve that grand challenges. And then from there, we have to develop projects that contribute addressing to the mission. And this is very much a top-down approach, whereas for BGI, blueprint infrastructures is slightly different. You have to be top-down and bottom-up as well. So, but in terms of what kind of form that this third generation innovation policy look like, for BGI, something that need to be developed. So what is BGI? Blue-green infrastructure. So it is about network of green space and natural man-made water features in urban space to deliver economic, environmental, and social benefits. And a lot of literature actually saying that blue-green infrastructure is about natural flood management that bring water management and green infrastructure together to mimic a natural water cycle. So the blue side of it is refer to hydrological function, whereas the green side of it is really referring to ecological function. Some examples, and perhaps you can appreciate there. Is not it's not alien to us. Some of them, yeah. So bioswale earlier, and then you got green roofs. That's landscape pond in the estate, housing developments, permeable pavement. This is an example of green infrastructure within housing estates, and typically we try to get rid of the water as much as possible. But in the last sort of 20 to 10 years, now we the approach of managing water has been shifted from get rid of the water as soon as possible. Now we become trying to live with water, and this is an example in the Netherlands that the space between houses is been used to retain water during autumn or winter time, where normally the precipitation is quite high, and then in the summer it is dry out completely, and the space is useful for recreational, for other purpose. It's kind of quite useful green space. Another illustrations, when we have urban developments. We often forget that, to incorporate blue green infrastructures within the landscape. Instead, we built it with impermeable pavement, and the impact is quite profound, cumulatively across the whole cities. So, it can, really no contribution to biodiversities, water erosion, high water runoff, as a result, there's a big load to existing drainage systems, and there is no groundwater recharge. Hard surface, is mainly built for a typical town. When we incorporate blue-green infrastructure within, urban landscape, collectively they'll strengthen to each other. So there are things like green roof, living wall, green walls, permeable pavement, and uh, rain garden, trees, and that's collectively they sort of strengthen it to each other. And there are a lot of benefit that can be brought from integration of blue-green infrastructure within urban space. The benefits are vast, many of them, So this is kind of diagram to explain or to identify, those benefits. For example, here I pick up a few of them: mental health and well-being. So there's a community benefit. And also here we see cohesive community, they're connecting people and places. So prosperous and fair communities, this is talking about healthier workforce, less stress and more productive workforce. And here we see improved biodiversity. So that's another example of benefit of blue-green infrastructures. And the benefit vast, as I said, many of them different, but there are problems in terms of how we quantify, how we can identify the benefit. And a lot of people are not aware of these things. Some case study here in Semarang, so country village, in Gunung Pati district, Semarang. So they adopted sustainable urban farming approach based on aquaponic systems, and it's really, give different flavor, different sort of character to the village, and also promote local tourism. So that's another example in Bandung, built by Tunas Nusa Foundation, and they try to empower community, try to work with local school, and building up green space there. So and there are educational benefit for the student of that schools. That was last year in August, and this is what I found just a couple of months ago. And some of the tree has grown, has yield some. For example, here is a jackfruit. As you can be eaten as a fruit or vegetables. So it seems that there are space as well for sharing fruit and vegetable, organic, most of them. There are issues here, such as maintenance, so require a lot of maintenance. And this is something that the local community should also help. So, the benefit will not just people that shouldn't just get the benefit without any contribution. They need to also participate and in terms of maintenance. And it is the things that plant that is being maintained by the local school. They go with vertical garden, they call it. Again, it's not the best form, but it's require a lot of maintenance. Some of the examples that I've visited a couple of months ago, this local school actually, use involved with creative arts, to do with environmental themes, and they also have developed microforests, microforests within within the schoolyard, and this is quite useful educational benefit for the school. That's another example of the activities that Tunas Nusa Foundation actually involved. So they try to restore urban biodiversity in near retention pond in Rancabulang area, which is flooded area. It's very high with high risk of flooding, and empower the local school children, students to actually participate and help out as well. So in conclusion, blue-green infrastructure is a very popular concept. It's part of a nature-based solution. So very useful to improve climate resilience. However, there's a lack of scientific evidence of its effectiveness. So there are still a lot of researchers try to to develop a way to measure the benefit, effectiveness. Lack of knowledge, awareness, and participation within the community. It also under-deliver and underperform. The reason is simple, because when you actually try to incorporate blue-green infrastructure within your projects, you have to really think about it in the very early design stage. You cannot just incorporate later on in the construction process, because otherwise it will be too late. And if that's too late, then you won't be able to get the most benefit of it. Other wider issues, such as complex planning enforcement, is because it's involved a lot of different parties with different interests. As you probably can appreciate, within the urban landscape, there are a lot of different stakeholders with different priority and different interests. So it's a complex process, but there's a lot of benefit that we can learn, and we can derive from it. So I'd like to give an overview about case study I had with blue-green infrastructure projects in Semarang. So we call it Bugis projects. So that's part of Newton Fund, funded by Newton Fund, institutional link, and also with Dicty. That was before COVID. That's quite a while ago. So, but it's useful learning. There's a useful lesson learned from the projects. For those who don't know about Semarang, Semarang is in Central Java. That's Indonesia, and this is Central Java, and we actually conducted 3 case studies within Semarang. The coastal area in the south is actually quite flat, whereas as you move down to the south, it's quite hilly place, and the north actually, the area in the north actually prone to flooding, and flooding is a big issue in Semarang all the time. So all the time, this is some of the example of how flood has impacted community, particularly low-income community. So the impact is quite devastating, as you can see here, and really, impacting on economic development and social welfare. So, and this is an example of a graph of showing a flood event in Semarang between 2012 until last year. In the first sort of 7 years, you can see quite frequent flood occurrence. Average is 25 times a year, and then in the last 5 years is reduced significantly, and that's because the drainage infrastructure has been completed, But we'll see, what kind of drainage infrastructure has been completed and how sustainable of these drainage infrastructures. But the impact is quite profound, yeah. So the impact is quite profound, but still, whether that's the sustainable in the long term is something that we really need to think about. And a bit of history about Semarang 300 years ago. That's where there is still no infrastructure, not much of people living on the top of Semarang. So mainly built from alluvial soil, that is sedimentation, and the problem with sedimentation soil is sinking, yeah. So it's going down, yeah, especially if you extract the groundwater. 100 years ago, it's the area is developed, more urbanization, and that's again another historical sort of map showing how it developed. And now this is the aerial photography from the top, and you can see here is very dense area with no greeneries at all, and it's quite no surprise that if we can see if the community experience a lot of floods, because there's no greenery, there's no space for water at all. So what is the cause of flooding? Yeah, I mentioned quite a bit earlier, but it's urbanization, extensive coastal boundary. The most profound is subsidence. So 4 centimeters to over 19 centimeters per year. If you compare that with global sea level rise between 1 to 3 millimeters per year, that's tiny in comparison with land subsidence, and also with climate, changing climate pattern, higher rainfall, increase in rainfall as well. But again, land subsidence. And why is land subsidence? As I said, it's because of groundwater extraction, and that's the main problem. And the soil in the north part of Semarang is mainly from sedimentation, and it's sink, and it's a problem. Yeah, it's a problem. It's a cause flooding and so forth. Other problem is to do with waste, solid waste management within the city, and it's about people awareness, how people actually dispose waste. Yeah, and if people dispose waste in the river, then, and of course it will block the river at some point. If everybody do it that way, of course it's not going to be good. So what happened? With the current strategy, we call it normalization. Yeah. So normalization is also canalization. Yeah. It's called normalization. That is really is about cutting through. Yeah. Cutting through the river so that the water can be you can get rid of the water as soon as possible. But the problem is, there is no benefit in terms of biodiversity. There is no benefit of ecosystem services. And ironically, the area where water is actually being moved here, some point, especially during high tide, the water container is lower than the sea level, so they have to use water pump, yeah, which is again is not it's not ideal. It's not ideal at all. Yeah. The construction of seawall, again another strategy which really cutting through the relation with the mangrove. Yeah. So the mangrove forest in Semarang is supposed to dampen the impact of the impact of sea wave, but because of the construction of the seawall, it kind of detach or separate the connection, a natural connection between the mangrove and the sea, which is again is perhaps is not the best solution, but immediate solution, of course. And this is how the community actually responds to flooding, and they look after themselves, which is you cannot be blamed on that. And they raise the floor level individually. Yeah. So at some point, they cannot raise the ceiling, and the ceiling actually touching the heads, which is again is not ideal solution here. So I'll just let you answer this question yourself. So how about BGI in Semarang? Is there any example? Yeah. So a simple example here is biopore holes in the schools. So they construct biopore holes in the village office. So some of them are not very well maintained. So we survey biopore holes in 2018, and the last biopore hole was built in 2015. So just from my recent interview, there are 194 region that is out of 159, 1,597 region in Bandung actually implement biopore. So which is about, let's say, about 13%, yeah, 13%. So it's not quite kind of very popular, although there are potential, real potential to deal with flood water, yeah. And that's infiltration wells, some example, again in Semarang here, and then you got rainwater harvesting systems in the school. This is artificial lake in the south part of Semarang. Demonstrate intention to retain water. Yeah, another retention pond, glass block. Yeah, so impermeable pavement has been used to vast degree. I mentioned earlier about mangrove forest. This is mangrove forest in Semarang, quite large, quite extensive. Some of it is been, some of it is really being strengthened with used tire to dampen the impact of heat waves. With sea waves. Yeah. So they are good example, but isolated, yeah, of a community-based BGI. Yeah, little knowledge and awareness from the response of the community. So we did three case study area in Semarang. Yeah, two of them are in flooded area, whereas in Gunung Pati here is in the south. It's not flooded. There's some of the field work, which I'm sure you can see further explanation in our paper here. So this paper is available open access, so you can tap in the title here, you will be able to see the result. So for the interest of time, I won't be able to explain every single finding, but at least the key finding that I need to be able to see that. Yeah. So in principle, so BGI, has to adopt three principles. So inclusive, appropriate, and proactive. So inclusive means you have to include bottom up. So you have to include community participation, from different people, from different groups. Yeah. Appropriate. The solution is kind of contextual, appropriate for that local context only. Some example perhaps is not, couldn't be replicable to other places because of either the ground conditions or some other environmental constraints that are not able to able to use certain PG approach. And also it has, you have to be proactive. So far, we have been very reactive in terms of flooding. When you got flood water, you try to get rid of as soon as possible. Whereas, when you are adopting BGI, you are proactively manage flood risk. Yeah. So I'm not saying that you will not be flooded, but with BGI, proper BGI implementation, you will reduce the risk of flooding. And of course, with all this thing is really contextual, so we have to look at social, economic, and cultural context within the local area. Right. So we also produce this policy briefing, for the local government. Again, is available in our website, this website. So you can have a look on it. There are two issues, with regard to community flood resilient. So one is to do with top-down policy. Top-down policy is really policy-driven governance. Policy-driven governance and how regulations, how the government actually try to improve flood resilience of the community, but it's really rigid structure, which is sometimes could be quite complicated, quite complicated. Whereas for bottom-up community action, it's so complex, it's complex because community action is emergent, but community action is also adaptive, adaptive, and also informal, and a lot of things, often both of them are misaligned, and this is quite challenging because you need to bridge the gap between top-down policy and bottom-up action to build community resilience to flood. It happened also in the UK to some degree, but it's different nature, different context. So we need somehow some organization to bridge this gap. So that's the first challenge. We also find BGI, there are at least 6 different regulations that is connected, associated with BGI. Solid waste management, groundwater management, borehole management, road management, drainage system management, and disaster management and prevention. And that's, showing that flooding is multi-institution and multi-sectoral problem. And the problem will, the flood, this multi-institution and multi-sectoral is not a problem as such, actually. But the problem is when institution rely on the other institution or assume the other institution to actually take actions, but actually they don't. And we call it fell through the cracks. Fell through the cracks that, not intention, but it can happen because, it's supposed to be, multi-institution, multidiscipline, but sometimes, because, there is no one actually hold the, overall responsibility of dealing with it, then it might miss, the point, and sometimes, you got fall through the cracks. So in terms of managing the process of integrating action of multi-institution, multi-agency process, and we can rely on innovation management. Again, we have example of, technological innovation management deal with, different organization and agency and how, we can make sure it works. So I pick up an example of iPhone here. So, I'm sure we know iPhone, Apple, iPhone, everyone seems really keen on iPhone. A lot of people, use iPhone. iPhone is the most successful consumer device of all time. It's quite interesting. It's been penetrated quite well. There are other system, of course, as we aware. Billion of units sold since the first version of iPhone, and it's generate a lot of money for Apple. Yeah, and in fact, the latest model, you can see 2,700 different parts, and it's being made by 187 suppliers in 28 different countries. So why is iPhone? So I thought this give us a good example and how you manage different parties to work together. And this party is not easily being uprooted because they are embedded within the context. They can contribute. Of course, iPhone is different to BGI, and I'll explain later on. So this is an example that frame, yeah. So frame from aluminum alloy, some of them are from titanium, and the way they manufacture this frame is only available at scale in China, yeah. And then the touchscreens is being assembled in the US, but the backlit component, the that allow us to interact with the iPhone is made in Korea, in South Korea and Japan. Yeah. So and then you got screws, 74 screw. Some of them are as tiny as 1 millimeter long. Yeah, and it has to be fixed by hand. And this is not easily being uprooted, So particularly, recent issues about global issue about tariff, and it's quite interesting to see, how supply chain is not easily being uprooted. But and again, iPhone as a product, they've been manufactured. Components been manufactured in a lot of different countries, and how to integrate them is a challenging, but it's been very successful. And what kind of thing that we can learn here? BGI, iPhone are completely different product. I'm completely aware of it, but again, what we can learn, see, iPhone is profit focused, BGI not profit focused, but it's wider benefit. iPhone is relatively short term. The product cycle is really short, and every year they generate a new version, new edition. BGI is not long term. Centralized, is we call it platform-based approach. Yeah, so the chassis is the same, but the component they assemble it in different way, and they got variation, different version of it within the same edition. Decentralized, centralized, is a question for BGI. Platform owner, as a manager here, and for BGI is community leader. For iPhone, local, national, international, all work together. BGI is very localized. Yeah. iPhones as a product highly competitive. Yeah, even between suppliers, they try to be iPhone to be able to supply the product there. For BGI, collaborative sharing, so it's different. But again, what can we learn from BGI, from iPhone? Well, so one thing is fragmentation. Fragmentation has never been good. Instead, focus on complementarity between agents. Yeah, who are the agents? The stakeholders of BGI. What are the rules? What are the role of institutions? Is institution actually constraining? And how we can deal with constraining institution? It's a problem that we have to reflect on. And then we need to collaborate for knowledge exchange and innovation. It is to avoid fall through the cracks. you know. Again, this is pretty much important, but often we forgot, about how we coordinate between community leader, member, multi-sectoral collaborations. And also, we need to think about creating boundary organization, that is to align top-down and bottom-up approach. Yeah, okay. Example of a boundary organization is Tunas Nusa Foundation. They actually bridge the bridging between policies and community. They work with community. Yeah, okay. Right. So my last slides. So how we can take it forward now? So I mentioned about innovation policies. So third generation of innovation policy has to be transformative. And what does it entail? It entail three aspects, which the core is BGI. The top one is bottom up. There's a strong leaderships. And then this is talking about behavior change. Behavior change, a policy that impact on behavior change of the community, of the agents, the actors. And also here, the last component is new business model, new economic model. What is it for me? So if people don't see the benefit of BGI, they won't be able, or they will not willing to adopt or, adopt and maintain BGI. So we need to find a framework or policy that really encourage participation and bring values. All right. So it's an ongoing effort. Yeah. So I'm collecting evidence. So develop principles of innovation policy, case study, working with policymakers and local community. I think that's all what I'm going to say. So I probably stop from here. If there is any feedback, any questions, I'm very much grateful.
Where Dr. Robbie has shared us about the improvement of blueprint infrastructure. And well, participants, now we come to discussion session. And if you have question, don't hesitate to raise your hand, or you may type your question on the chat box. Okay. Dr. Robbie, actually there are two questions already here. The first question comes from Mr. Nemesius M. Bua. Actually, he's also an engineer. Yeah, an engineering student, if I'm not wrong. And the question is, how does this system manage the quality of the collected water, especially runoff from residential roads, so that it does not become a breeding ground for mosquitoes or cause odors when the water starts to recede? That's the first question, and you may directly answer it.
Yeah, so it's a good question. I think, with BGI, there's benefit and disbenefit. And there is a term we call it trade-off. Yeah. So trade-off means there are disbenefit of BGI and how we can mitigate potential problem there. So in any solutions of flooding, there are always there's disbenefit, there is always negative side. And one of the things that negative side of BGI is breeding ground for mosquitoes and dengue fever, and also we identify potential risk of drowning, in fact, for kids. Pond and kids playing on that, and there's potential. There is always risk. It's not perfect strategy. So I think we have to keep an eye on this negative. You can't expect that everything is going to be perfect. So, and that's the problem. If you expect everything perfect and everything do it for you, without you are doing on nothing, so it won't happen that way. So you still have to really participate, and and BGI is about maintenance. It's about making sure who actually maintain it. And I think this problem with human being are really good to build, but they don't really good at maintaining. And that's what I'm saying about behavior change. You have to realize that you're not going to get all the benefit without doing anything. You have to still maintain it. And again, with all the question you have, still quite a challenge that you have to be aware of.
The answer. And yes, what I can get from Dr. Ruby's answer is, yeah, BGI affects to maintenance, yeah, but it needs human participation actually for this case to manage the quality of the water. Okay, and Dr. Ruby, there also another question from Dewi Sanjaya. The question is, if the lessons from Apple strategy emphasize compelling design and user experience, how can those principles be translated into BGI design so that people feel a sense of ownership and encourage more bottom-up devotion?
Yeah, again, I think it's a really good question here, and we need to always ask this question really about how you integrate BGI within the urban landscape, and if we maintain it well, we design it well, then certainly the probability of getting it embedded, getting it well designed is higher, and therefore it's likely people will love it. You know, um, in terms of the design, yeah. So, for example, in the UK, we have RBA plan of work, which is process protocol, yeah, on how, especially those in the civil engineering or in engineering or architectural, probably will be aware of it. Yeah. So RBA plan of work actually lay out 7 stages of development from briefing, design briefing, and then strategic needs and all the rest, so until completion. So different stages, 7 different stages. And what is good about RBA plan of work is try coordinate activity and assign responsibility, assign roles of different party, whether you are, civil engineers, structure engineers, architects, or building engineers, you have to work together under that scheme. And then they also have, you know, um, different overlay within, for the kind of work. And one of the overlay is called green overlay. So green overlay showing how, BGI design can be incorporated within RBA plan of work so that people know about what is their role and responsibility at different stages of the development. Yeah. So again, the same thing, with BIM, building information modeling. Also, there is a BIM overlay on RBA plan of work. Yeah. Because, without integrating early, if the design is not enough or incorporation of BGI is afterthought rather than, embedded in the early stage, then, I mentioned earlier about what is the problem about BGI. Earlier is about, let's see, Yeah. So under deliver, under deliver or underperform, and that's what will happen. So that's my sort of answer. So it has to be embedded. It has to be formalized. And the client has to really want it because the client drive the process. I mean, the example in the UK is very obvious. Sustainability agenda is driven by the client. The client has to pay the bill. If the client don't pay the bill, it won't happen. But again, there are requirements of why the client would like to pay the bill, because most of the corporate clients they have sustainability responsibility. If they sell the product to the market, if they don't show their sustainability action, then the product won't sell. The people won't buy the product. Yeah. And that's, as I said, it's a systemic that allow, sustainability to work. So if you don't realize about the sustainability, people don't realize the importance of sustainability, it won't work because there's no reason to do that. Yeah. Right. Okay. So I can answer another question here. The next question is explain what ideal multi-sector, multi-institution coordination mechanism for implementing blue-green infrastructure would look like. Why does such mechanism so frequently fail to function effectively in the context of developing country? Right. This is another good question. Yeah. So we need governance. Yeah. With governance, we need regulatory framework and also institutional arrangement. Yeah. So that's the two main component of multi-institution coordination. You need regulatory framework. What is the regulatory framework? We have to check whether the regulatory framework really promote BGI. What are regulatory framework? Yeah, so we got regulatory framework on disaster management in 2007, 2004. Yeah, does it incorporate BGI? Does it incorporate natural-based solution? There are different terms. Yeah. And also, what is the institutional framework? And I found in my recent interview that institutional arrangement is still need improving. Which again, I'm going to work with the local government to improve that. Yeah, so hopefully that will work and be able to report when that's completed. So why does sub mechanism frequently fail? I think it's because the governance is not being implemented well. Yeah. And there are a lot of examples to say that, it's the enforcement perhaps is something that is not, not being implemented well. Give you example, in the UK here we have so every single projects, have to be in terms of they call it biodiversity net gain, now become a law that you have to demonstrate. Yeah, if you are building anything on top of a green field, you need to make sure the biodiversity loss being replaced or in fact is being added into it. How are you going to add the biodiversity with the projects? How we can implement those. Yeah, so this is getting into law now. Yeah, so um, I'll leave it until that point. uh, and then can I answer the next question, or is it still time, or whatever it is?
Okay, so that's one question. One
Yeah.
question. The last question.
Oh, okay.
The last question, actually, it is from Mr. Rick. Rita Judo, I think is Pak Rita. And the question is, the small town of Ruteng is situated at a high elevation but continues to face several environmental challenges. During the rainy season, flooding often occurs in the town center, and urban waste management remains inadequate. What is the most appropriate urban planning approach for a high altitude area like Ruteng? And where should we begin in addressing this issue? Thank you. So that's the question. Sorry.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, there are a lot of reasons. Yeah, there are a lot of reasons why flooding occurs, and depends on who are you talking, or who are you talking with, and if you are talking to somebody and he's setting the rules, and you always say that the community don't follow the rules. Yeah, so there are allocation of what is it, open green space, yeah, open green space, which often is not followed. Yeah, so I'm remember my dad, when he built his house, he built the land full with the building without any space for greenery at all, and he's very proud of it. And it has an impact, so so it's I think the regulation has been developed in such a way that is allowing or minimizing the risk. Yeah, minimizing the risk of flooding. But often, we don't follow what has been suggested. For example, yeah, in the UK it's the same. Yeah, so flooding is a big problem as well for UK, and one of the reasons is because a lot of developer actually build on the floodplain. Yeah, so why they have to build on the floodplain? Yeah, so again, it's not easy to answer. It's a complex question. It's a complex answer as well. Yeah, complex answer as well. So and I hope my work will provide some of the answer, not all of the answer. Of course, I cannot change the world, but I can only do as much. And hopefully, there are people like that following up my path and solving this problem.
Yes. Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Roby, for the answers. Yeah, we hope that the answers give also the answer for the question, answer the questions. Okay. And Dr. Roby, and then all participants, due to the time limitations, I will now close our discussion session. So the last question is so as the conclusion of our session this morning, and all participants and also Dr. Roby, we would like to say thank you so much for your insightful presentation. And what we can conclude from this presentation is the existence of low grid infrastructure gives many benefits, of course, for us. Besides giving the big world green nature, it also improves climate resilience. Well, however, it still needs our participation, um, either the government and also or the committee. And ladies and gentlemen, and also all the participants, on behalf of the fifth ICEHHA committee, I'd like to express our sincere appreciation to Dr. Roby for the excellent insights he has shared with us this session, and we truly hope that Dr. Roby will be willing to share his knowledge with us again. And I do apologize for any inconvenience that may have occurred during this session. Well, Dr. Robi, as a token for our appreciation, we will present an online certificate to Dr. Robi. Wow. Yeah. Thank you so much for your participation and also for your insightful presentation this morning. And for all the participants, thank you for your active participation. And I am Mario Gisalimu signing on from this session. Thank you and see you in the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue to our second keynote session of the day. Please allow me to introduce the moderator of this session, Mr. Indra Susanto M. Tesol. The keynote speaker of this session is Dr. Nguyen. Dr. Nguyen will deliver a presentation aligned with our conference theme, and we are grateful for her presence and contribution. To begin the session, I respectfully hand the floor over to our moderator, Mr. Indra Susanto. Mr. Indra, the session is yours.
Selamat pagi. I am Indra, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to this morning's keynote address at the 5th ICEHHA, connecting you all virtually from Universitas Santu Paulus, Ruteng. A warm welcome to all our participants joining from all around the world today. And now we are entering a pivotal segment of the conference, one that will connect our diverse fields of study to the profound issue of societal sustainability through the lens of language and education. It is my great honor to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker of today, Dr. Min Hui Nguyen. And before she begins, please allow me to share some highlights from her amazing CV. Dr. Nguyen is a leading scholar in the field of applied linguistics and education, and she currently serves as a senior lecturer in EAL and TESOL education at Monash University, Australia. Her academic foundation is exceptionally strong, and she completed her PhD in education in Monash University and holds a Master of Arts in Applied Linguistics from Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. Her influence extends beyond academia through her consulting work, including providing consultancy for the EAL funding model review, for the Department of Education and Training, Victoria, Australia, and developing EAL curriculum resources. As a prolific author, Dr. Nguyen has published research book, edited book, journal articles, and book chapters. Her publications consistently focus on EAL language education practices and EAL language teacher education. On a more personal note, it is an extraordinary privilege for me to introduce her. I'm incredibly fortunate to have been her student when I pursued my Master of TESOL at Monash University. And her expertise and mentorship were truly formative for my own professional journey. And I know that her insights today will continue to inspire countless educators globally. Good morning, Dr. Min. How are you today?
Good morning, Indra and everyone. I'm very well today, thank you. Speaking from sunny Melbourne for the first time in the year.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Glad that you're having good weather there. And today with us, Dr. Nguyen will present her keynote entitled Knowledge in Action, Language Education Practices for Sustainable Societies. To ensure seamless experience for everyone, we kindly ask participants to keep their microphones muted during the presentation. So now, Doctor, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I guess, may I share my screen first? So make sure everything is working in order.
It's still processing. Okay, now we can see your screen.
Yeah. Can I please double check if you're seeing my speaker view or presented normal?
Now it's good.
Okay, all good. All right. Very good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone, depending on where you are. And thank you for the warm introduction, Indra. It is a great pleasure and privilege to be here with you at the 5th International Conference on Education, Humanities, Health and Agriculture today. Thank you to the Universitas Katolik, Indonesia, Santu, Paulus, Ruteng, and all the conference organizers for your warm invitation and welcome. The theme of my keynote today is Knowledge in Action, a concept that sits at the heart of the urgent challenges confronting our societies, our education systems, and our shared future. Today, I want to explore how language and education practices can move beyond the transmission of information towards the mobilization of knowledge for action, agency, and transformation. This is a theme not only lying at the heart of my work as a language teacher, educator, and researcher at Monash University in Australia, but also relevant to everyone interested in leveraging language and education practices in any disciplines with the goal of building sustainable societies. This keynote draws on work from Australia, where I work, Indonesia, your country, and Vietnam, where I came from. And across the Asia-Pacific region as well, to consider how education can meaningfully prepare young people, not just to understand sustainability, but also to enact it. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the unceded lands of the Kulin Nation on which Monash University stands and from which I speak today. I pay my respects to the Wurundjeri and Bungarang elders, past, present, and future. Their rich ecological, cultural, and linguistic knowledge systems continue to teach us about responsibility, reciprocity, and sustainability. These knowledge traditions remain living, dynamic, and deeply relevant to the conversations that we are having today. I begin by outlining the urgent problems facing our communities and education systems before defining the concept of knowledge in action, the theme of the speech, and explaining why it offers a transformative alternative to traditional content-focused learning. The speech then examines the pivotal role of language as both a tool for building knowledge and a foundation for social and ecological sustainability. Drawing on examples from the Asia-Pacific region, it highlights educational practices that foster agency, collaboration, and community-engaged learning. The presentation also considers how community partnerships and supportive policy environments are essential for sustaining knowledge in action approaches. It concludes by emphasizing the need for collective commitment across schools, communities, and systems to cultivate the linguistic, cultural, and educational conditions necessary for sustainable and just futures that we all aspire. To understand why knowledge in action is necessary, we must begin with the landscape in which we are living and learning. In our classrooms today, in our communities and institutions across the Asia-Pacific, we are confronted with the challenges that are complex, interconnected, and rapidly evolving, from climate change and social inequality to the preservation of cultural and linguistic diversity. Across Australia, Indonesia, Vietnam, and beyond, we are facing intensifying heat waves, bushfires, droughts, and floods. As you can see, on the left-hand side is a message that an image that I just saw yesterday. So Australia has started the bushfire seasons, and this year it started in our coldest state, which is Tasmania. So it is hopefully it's not going to be too bad this year. And then droughts on the right, as you can see, affecting our crops. Like many of you here, these images and headlines bring a lot of emotions to me, as our people have had a year more challenging than ever, facing a constant series of hurricanes and floods, right from the first half of the year until this moment. We are facing severe air pollution in megacities such as Jakarta, Hanoi, Ho Chi Minh City, and we're here in Australia, but keeping an eye on the news every day because we have families living in Vietnam. So every day we see messages like Hanoi tops the world in air pollution, that kind of thing, and families and friends getting sick because of the air that they breathe in every day. And rising mental health crisis among our youth, the rapid disappearance of languages and traditional ecological knowledge systems, these issues are not theoretical. You can see on the screen some statistics from the Australian government. So in the 18th century, there were more than 250 languages spoken in Australia. By 2016, that reduced to 120 languages. And by 2019, 90% of those languages were considered endangered. So these issues are not theoretical. They shape how children's everyday lives and our own. They affect the air we breathe, the food we can grow and eat, and the safety of our communities, and the cultural, ecological knowledge passed or not passed between generations. Yet many education systems remain centered on content transmission, standardized assessments, and monolingual norms, where only one language is permitted in the classroom. We risk preparing students for a world that is becoming less than what we have today. However, embedded within these challenges, I think there is an extraordinary opportunity, the opportunity to harness knowledge, not as static repository of facts, but as a dynamic force for action, justice, and sustainability. The central question we must ask is, how can education mobilize knowledge in action to support sustainable societies, to respond to real challenges in real time? This is where the concept of knowledge in action becomes really vital across the society, not just in education. Let us begin with the idea of knowledge first before we launch into the concept of knowledge in action. Throughout history, knowledge has been defined in many different ways. So Plato viewed knowledge as justified true belief. Piaget saw knowledge as structures built through cognitive development. Vygotsky emphasized that knowledge is socially constructed, mediated through cultural tools such as the language. And nowadays we have computers, the internet, and so on and so forth. Freire understood knowledge as lived, dialogic, relational, and above all, connected to action and transformation. Despite these rich understandings about knowledge, schooling often reduces knowledge to standardized curricula, textbook content, lectures, and assessments. But knowledge alone, stored in our heads or printed on pages, does not transform societies. This approach often leads to rote learning, passive transmission, and leaves students disconnected from the complex realities around them. So very often we see students learn, investing a lot of time and money in learning a subject, and then after the exam, they move on to their another stage of their life and forgetting all that knowledge and not being able to use the knowledge in their real life, such as English language. So significant transformation emerges when knowledge is lived, shared, and mobilized for meaningful action. Freire reminded us that education should not merely be the act of depositing information in passive minds. He called this the banking model of education. Rather, education should be dialogical practice, where learners and educators co-create knowledge in pursuit of liberation and social betterment. And when we frame education in this way, knowledge becomes a catalyst, a force that connects language, culture, and pedagogy to sustainable development, equity, and community empowerment. Drawing on the philosophical and educational legacies, knowledge in action can be seen as knowledge that is co-constructed, enacted, and mobilized to address real-world problems. We need a shift in paradigm, and knowledge in action is one that can reframe learning and teaching. It involves a shift from rote learning to transformative learning. So students, instead of memorizing facts and then answering questions during an exam, they can shift to learning and using that knowledge straight away in solving real life problems or sharing that knowledge with the community as they go. From knowledge as content in textbook and lectures to knowledge as social practices, sharing amongst communities within the classroom, within the school, and the wider community as well. From individual learning to collective problem solving. So instead of memorizing facts individually, it becomes a social practice where everyone plays a role in constructing that knowledge system and jointly solve problems around us. A knowledge in action perspective emphasizes agency, equity, and action. And in this view, learning is not about storing information, it is about transforming information. These ideas align closely with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG number 4, quality education, and SDG number 10, reduced inequalities. Education, when framed as knowledge in action, is no longer an isolated institutional activity. It becomes a catalyst for sustainable development, social justice, and intergenerational equity. This theoretical grounding is particularly significant in the Asia Pacific, a region of extraordinary linguistic, cultural, and ecological diversities. Here, knowledge is not only generated through formal education, but also embedded in indigenous languages, local practices, such as farming, fishery, and community wisdom. Consider Indonesian oral narratives to communicate the patterns of tidal movements and sustainable fishing zones. Or similarly, the way traditional farming knowledge in Vietnam is communicated across generations through oral storytelling, proverbs, and local narratives. I was born as a countryside girl, growing up amongst all of these narratives. So I understand firsthand how important and profound this knowledge in action is, and the value of that in everyone's lives. This is knowledge in action, which is dynamic, contextualized, and life-sustaining. I want to pause for a moment and invite you to reflect on this question. Think of a time when your students, yourself, your students, or children learned something, not because it appeared in an exam, but because it helped to solve a problem or to connect with the community. That is knowledge in action. If you yourself, your students, or anyone in the community learn something, not because of the exam, but because it helped to solve a real life problem, it is knowledge in action, knowledge that has been applied, transfer into real life use collectively. Based on this reflection, I'd like to ask you as well, how can we as educators, researchers, and policymakers ensure that the knowledge in our classrooms, our universities, and our communities is truly actionable? How do we connect what we teach and what we know to the pressing challenges facing our societies, from climate change to social inequality, from language loss to educational equity? These questions bring us to a crucial dimension of knowledge in action, which is the role of language in knowledge in action and social sustainability, which we will now explore in detail. So language is something everyone can relate to, but it is often viewed simply as a medium of instruction within our schooling system, the language of teaching, or a means of communication within our community. But in the context of knowledge in action, knowledge is far more than that. It is the vessel through which knowledge is expressed, but also negotiated and enacted. It shapes how we understand the world, how we organize our communities, and ultimately how we act collectively for sustainability. It's not simply a medium of instruction or a means of communication. Language in this sense does not refer to the dominant languages such as English in Australia, Bahasa Indonesia, or Vietnamese. It refers to the linguistic repertoire that we have across the multiple languages that we speak. It is this language repertoire that holds our systems of knowledge that need to be leveraged. As you can see on the screen, the triangle, we often call the model of mediation by Vygotsky. He showed us that every human mental process is socially mediated. Teachers and peers scaffold understanding through language. When students discuss, question, reflect, or collaborate with each other, they are using language to construct knowledge. So it is not simply a means of communication or medium of instruction. Language, therefore, is a resource, not a barrier, should never be considered a barrier to teaching, to learning, or to communication. Javanese or Balinese, for example, are resources that mediate knowledge and learning in an Indonesian classroom, rather than a barrier to learning. This is because, firstly, language encodes ecological, cultural, historical knowledge. Consider the indigenous communities in Australia. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander languages carry deep ecological knowledge about land management, water cycles, and biodiversity that has been passed down for thousands of years. These languages are not just cultural artifacts. They are active knowledge systems that guide sustainable practices. When educators integrate indigenous languages and perspectives into curricula, they are not merely preserving culture, they are enabling students to engage with sustainability in a deeply grounded, contextually informed way. In Indonesia, with more than 700 living languages, linguistic diversity intersects with ecological and social knowledge. Local languages encode farming practices, fishery management, disaster preparedness. For example, local communities in Sulawesi rely on oral narratives to communicate patterns of tidal movements and sustainable fishing zones, for example. When these narratives are recognized in local education programs, students and community members are mobilizing knowledge that directly protects livelihoods and ecosystems in the region. In Vietnam, rural communities face challenges linked to climate change and agricultural sustainability. Knowledge about soil conservation, flood mitigation, and crop rotation is traditionally transmitted through local language instruction and intergenerational dialogue. When schools and NGOs integrate these local practices into formal learning, formal schooling curriculum, students are not just learning theory, they are applying actionable knowledge that strengthens community resilience. When these languages, such as Javanese, Balinese, or Vietnamese in Australia, Chinese in Australia, Japanese in Australia, when they disappear or not recognized in the formal schooling system, we lose knowledge systems essential for sustainability. Secondly, linguistic justice is educational justice. Across these contexts, one principle is very clear: language is power. It is a means of preserving knowledge and amplifying marginalized voices and connecting learners to their communities. Linguistic diversity is intrinsically linked to educational equity and social justice. When local languages are valued in schools, learners develop stronger identities, enhanced agency, and a sense of responsibility for collective futures. Linguistic justice is deeply entangled with educational justice because when schools value and legitimize students' languages, they uphold not just linguistic rights, but also epistemic dignity and educational equity. Research has shown that denying linguistic diversity is a form of epistemic injustice, while multilingual pedagogies reconstruct more just, inclusive learning environments. If education suppresses local languages, it not only limits learning, but also undermines identity, belonging, and intergenerational knowledge transfer. Thirdly, multilingual learners engage more deeply with local language systems. Our own research has shown that. Multilingual learners are uniquely positioned to engage deeply with local knowledge systems because their linguistic repertoires act as bridges between home, community, and school. When students draw on multiple languages, they bring with them access to diverse cultural narratives, ecological understandings, and intergenerational knowledge that may not be captured in dominant school languages. Research also shows that these learners are better able to interpret place-based practices, community histories, and local epistemologies because they can understand and participate in the everyday linguistic practices through which such knowledge is transmitted. In a 2025 publication on multilingual education, UNESCO further emphasizes that multilingual learners often have stronger connections to local communities and can more authentically engage with elders, storytellers, and knowledge holders who communicate through indigenous or local languages. As a result, multilingual learners are not simply language users. They are cultural mediators who can navigate, sustain, and revitalize the knowledge systems that support social and ecological sustainability. And cultural and linguistic resources are funds of knowledge. The concept of funds of knowledge, introduced by Mo, Neff, and Gonzalez in 1992, recognizes that students carry rich historical and culturally situated knowledge from their homes and communities into the classroom. These are not peripheral experiences. They are legitimate, intellectual, and practical resources that can inform learning across disciplines. Cultural and encompass skills, practices, and beliefs, and ways of understanding the world that have been cultivated over generations. For example, children may possess knowledge of seasonal cycles, traditional agricultural practices, family business operations, oral storytelling traditions, or ecological observations, all encoded in the language, the values, and rituals of their communities. When these funds of knowledge are leveraged in classrooms, they become powerful tools for learning, helping students to connect new concepts to lived realities, engage in problem solving, and co-construct knowledge with peers and teachers. Linguistic resources are particularly central. A student's home language carries meaning, nuance, and categories that often do not exist in the language of formal schooling. By recognizing multilingual students' abilities to navigate, translate, and interpret cross languages, educators can unlock deeper understanding, critical thinking, and engagement with complex subjects. Rather than viewing students' languages and cultural practices as barriers, funds of knowledge perspective positions them as assets that enrich learning for the entire school class and broader school community, not just for the students who speak those languages. So I invite you to reflect again, how are languages of your classrooms, your communities, your institutions empowering knowledge in action? How are the language of your communities, classroom, institutions empowering knowledge in action? Are we listening to local voices, or are we marginalizing them? Are we integrating them into learning? Are our students equipped to translate knowledge into tangible, sustainable outcomes? Let's look at some examples of knowledge in action from Australia, Indonesia, and Vietnam. So in Australia here, the Learning on Country program is an example of Indigenous ecological knowledge system being integrated into schooling. In Arnhem Land in the Northern Territory of Australia, students learn from Indigenous rangers who teach things like ecological calendars, fire management, species identification, and custodial responsibilities. Through language and story, students learn when to burn grasslands, when to harvest food, and how to protect ecosystems. This is climate literacy embedded in culture. I will come back to the Learning on Country program a little bit later when I talk about the curriculum and pedagogy. In Indonesia, there are rich oral traditions and disaster resilience passed through language. Indonesia's coastal communities have rich oral traditions that document historical tsunamis, warn about environmental changes, map flood risks, and teach community resilience. When students gather these stories in multiple languages, the classroom becomes a site of intergenerational knowledge transfer and disaster preparedness. Vietnam also has a rich agricultural knowledge and intergenerational wisdom. For example, in the northern part of Vietnam, ethno-linguistic communities hold deep knowledge about soil conservation, seed diversity, water cycles, and proverbs linked to agricultural timing. When such knowledge enters the curriculum, students not only learn science, they inherit tools for sustaining their communities. Understanding the crucial role of language sets the stage for our next consideration. how can we transform educational practice to ensure that knowledge is not only learned, but applied to real-world challenges through the use of language? If language is the vessel of knowledge, then pedagogy or teaching practices are the engine that moves knowledge into action. Transforming educational practice is about reimagining what it means to teach and what it means to learn, shifting from transmitting information to co-creating knowledge that can be enacted in real-world contexts. To bring knowledge in action into schools, we must first transform educational practices. First of all, curriculum redesign is critical. That is why our governments have long been investing in curriculum redevelopment, innovations, and investing a lot of time and money in human resources into that. Traditional curricula often separate subjects and present knowledge as discrete facts, but sustainable futures require interdisciplinary, inquiry-based, and project-oriented approaches. In the Asia-Pacific, schools are experimenting with local curriculum, learning experiences that connect local challenges with global knowledge and frameworks, such as climate change, public health, or social inequality. Assessments must move beyond monolingual standardized testing towards multilingual education assessment, such as portfolio-based, performance-oriented, and reflective assessments, which capture students' ability to act on knowledge, fostering skills essential for sustainable futures. An assessment should reflect students' capabilities, such as content knowledge, not just their capacity to memorize and express their knowledge through language. Because we know when we speak a home language and we come to school in another language, a language that we did not grow up with, we carry a lot of knowledge, but may not be able to express that knowledge in the additional language yet. So it doesn't really reflect the students' real capacities in content knowledge, but it only reflects their capacity to express that knowledge in an additional language, or their capacity to memorize it. By integrating language, culture, and disciplinary knowledge, these curricula empower students to analyze, act, and advocate for sustainable futures. Here is an example of how assessment can be done, recognizing the real capacity of the students. This is extracted from UNESCO's 2025 Global Guidance on Multilingual Education, and I highly encourage everyone working in education to have a look at these documents. A link is provided in the list of references at the end of the slide pack. So the first box on the left is assessing speaking and learning skills. According to UNESCO, we need to assess learners' oral proficiency in home and additional languages. So not just in the language of schooling, but in any language that they speak. We need to allow learners to respond to more than one language as needed. So answering questions not just in the language of schooling, but in their home languages as well, because that carry the real repertoire of knowledge that they bring into the classroom. We need to use oral language assessments to determine realistic proficiency aims. And in the middle box, there is assessment in the area of reading and writing skills. We need to assess learning and writing in both or all languages. Limit reading aloud and prioritize reading for meaning. Interpret responses to open questions using a rubric, and separately assess writing accurately, which is on writing ability, and writing for meaning, which is expressing content through writing. And in the last box there is assessing non-language subjects such as humanities, technology, mathematics, and science. We need to assess curricular content knowledge using 2 or more languages. Use pedagogical translanguaging to facilitate content assessment. Provide educators with guidance on translating assessment so that they can cater to students speaking different languages, and use dynamic assessment strategies, which facilitate assessing students while also interacting with them, scaffolding them in performing or in expressing their understanding, not just the final product of their learning. And what do multilingual practices look like in practice? This is a continuum provided by De Jong and Gao, which we use a lot in our field, language teaching and language teacher education. So this original continuum is used for contexts like Australia, the US, or the UK, New Zealand, for example, where English is the dominant language of education. But it can also be adapted to Indonesia, for example, where Bahasa Indonesia is a language of schooling in most schools, or in Vietnam, where Vietnamese is also the language of instruction or the dominant language. So on the left-hand side is the monolingual stance. So only one language is permitted in schooling. And on the right-hand side is the multilingual stance, where all the home languages of students are recognized and utilized in education to facilitate more effective learning and teaching. And this is a continuum. Closer to the monolingual side, we can see home language is forbidden. So no other languages are allowed in the classroom, which is a typical example of a monolingual approach to education. A little bit closer to the multilingual stance is home language. The home language is permitted, where, for example, home languages are permitted in small groups or in a language body setting. In the middle of the continuum is transactional practices, usually for beginning language learners. For example, new students arriving in Australia, speaking Vietnamese, for example, or Javanese-speaking student joining schooling for the first time in Bahasa Indonesia. So typical multilingual practices in this middle point include supplemental learning materials in home languages. Teacher uses home language to translate or clarify concepts, or using cognates in different languages. And one step closer to the multilingual stance here is the multilingualism as norm. Examples of practices include multilingual print environment. So when you enter a multilingual classroom, you can see resources printed out and put up around the classroom in different languages of the students. Using bilingual or multilingual books, creating multilingual identity text rather than just the English or Vietnamese or Bahasa Indonesia identity text. So our goal and our advocacy is for multilingual stance for all the reasons I've discussed earlier about the role of language, not just as a means of communication, not just as the medium of instruction in our schooling, but the vessel of knowledge, knowledge systems that students bring into the classroom that can be shared and co-construct and enacted and applied to solve problems. On this slide are some examples of pedagogies that can support knowledge in action to address real-world problems. Inquiry-based pedagogy, where students investigate local issues such as water quality, biodiversity, food systems, or waste in their own communities. Praxis pedagogy, where learning becomes a cycle, acting, reflecting, refining, and acting again. Dialogic pedagogy is where students co-construct understanding through dialogue using multiple languages, not just the dominant language. Critical literacy pedagogy is where students analyze power, representation, and inequality. So they look into the critical issues happening around them. Transforming practice demands attention to these critical literacies. Reading the world to change it, if you have heard of that, not just reading the text, but reading the world to change the world is really essential. Students must be able to interpret complex social, ecological, and political phenomena and respond ethically and strategically to these issues. These critical literacies are inseparable from language. The ability to communicate ideas, negotiate perspectives, and mobilize communities is what turns knowledge into action. Next is interdisciplinary pedagogy, where STEM, languages, and arts all work together to co-create a knowledge system that can serve the broader community. Multiliteracy pedagogy, where students work with diverse modes of learning, such as visual, spatial, linguistic, and digital. These pedagogies have the power to leverage language and educational practices to address real-world problems and supporting knowledge in action. Here is an example of knowledge in action pedagogy, the Learning on Country program in Australia. So the program was established in 2013 as a joint initiative between Aboriginal ranger groups and local schools to engage young Indigenous students in remote areas of the Australian Northern Territory in education by integrating traditional Indigenous knowledge into the curriculum and taking students out on country to learn different kinds of knowledge. So if you look at the left-hand side, you will see how big that program has expanded into. So the locations of the schools that have taken part in this program. This is in 2022. And on the right-hand side, you can see the pedagogic space model of the program, including 4 quadrants. That is the pedagogy or the curriculum of the program. So the first quadrant on the top left is Indigenous knowledge, which is experiential. It teaches students things about things such as age revelation, intergenerational transfer, well-being, social practice, oral history, and Indigenous language. In the second quadrant, you can see Western knowledge, which is instructional. Things like pathway to work, university entrance, stage 1 and 2 certificates, vocational education and training, and so on and so forth. The third quadrant is place-based pedagogy, which is very context-specific, such as Indigenous language maintenance, country-based, going on camps, walks, excursions, and ranger activities, and so on and so forth. The final quadrant there, mainstream pedagogy, is more generic. So things like field-based, classroom-based activities, instructional technical activities, and so on and so forth. If you're interested in this program, it is available in the hyperlink I provided at the top of the slide there. And yeah, there's a whole webpage for that. Here is some other examples from Indonesia. So on the left-hand side, you might be very familiar with this. Indonesia's youth cleaning up trash from waterways. Or on the right-hand side, the Coastal Sense project, which gathers village-level data with fine-grained detail captured at intervals of even seconds. By capturing hyperlocal data, Coastal Sense bridges the gap between missing information and informed decision-making. Another example from Vietnam here, where students from across the country gathered to share ideas for transforming the nation's food security system, which is a pressing issue in many contexts nowadays. And as you can see from one of our keynote presentations yesterday. So with pedagogy, language and curriculum aligned towards actionable knowledge, we now turn our attention to learning beyond the classroom, to the partnerships, community engagement, and ecosystems that extend education into society itself. So we can, language and educational practice are essential, but we do need the support of community and policy in making knowledge in action happen. Education does not happen in isolation, as you know. So for knowledge in action for knowledge to become action, classrooms must be connected to the communities, families, and local institutions. Knowledge in action requires an ecosystem approach. Education systems, curriculum frameworks, and governance structures play a decisive role in shaping whether knowledge is merely transmitted or actively applied. So the role of community. We know so far that knowledge is social. Sustainability requires collective action, and schools alone cannot build sustainable societies. So if we need effective partnerships, and these partnerships require reciprocity, mutual respect, long-term engagement, and community ownership of knowledge. Across Asia Pacific, linguistic diversity is immense. Yet education systems often privilege dominant languages and marginalizing local and indigenous languages. This is not merely a cultural issue. It has practical implications for sustainability. Research shows that students learn best in languages they understand, not in language that they are still learning or struggle with in understanding concepts. In Australia, policy supporting bilingual education and the integration of indigenous languages into curricula helps students access both local and global knowledge, fostering agency and sustainability. In Indonesia, recognizing local languages in school programs empowers communities to retain critical environmental knowledge. And in Vietnam, integrating regional dialects strengthens intergenerational knowledge transfer. Therefore, policymakers must recognize local languages as knowledge assets, support bilingual or multilingual programs, and resource teachers to work with multiple languages. In terms of curriculum policy, systems need to embed place-based sustainability, integrate cultural knowledge, allow interdisciplinary learning, move beyond standardization to portfolios, performance tasks, and community-based evaluation. Our teachers play an essential role in knowledge in action. Therefore, teacher education must align with these goals. Policies supporting continuous professional learning for teachers, reflective practice, and community engagement enable teachers to facilitate knowledge in action effectively. When teachers are empowered, supported, and culturally responsive, classrooms become incubators of sustainability and civic responsibility. Teachers need preparation in multilingual pedagogy, indigenous knowledge, community engaged learning, and context responsive practice in order to enact knowledge in action. I invite you now to consider two questions. In your context, how are schools, communities working together to turn knowledge into action? Are these communities, are there opportunities to amplify local voices, integrate cultural knowledge, and mobilize learners as agents of sustainable change? If you can answer yes to these questions, keep up the good work. If no, time to think about these questions really seriously. If we all want to build our sustainable futures for our children. Systemic support extends cross-sector partnerships as well between education, humanities, health, and agriculture and environment. In the Asia Pacific, multi-sector collaboration ensures that students' learning experiences are connected to tangible social and ecological outcomes. Governments, NGOs, universities, and communities working together can create a web of knowledge that is both actionable and sustainable. Let's leverage these knowledge systems to build a world where students learn with communities, not just from textbooks. Local languages and global languages work together in harmony, supporting each other in fostering knowledge in action. Learning leads to action, not just to an exam. Classrooms become sites of transformation, and education serves not only economic goals, but ecological and social justice goals as well. Sustainable society will not be built by the knowledge we store in our mind, but by the knowledge we speak, share, and act upon together. That's a message I'd like to end the keynote speech with. As we draw this keynote to a close, I invite you to reflect on what we have explored today. Language as a vehicle of knowledge. So language plays a really important role, and it doesn't just refer to the language of schooling, but all the languages that students have in. Secondly, pedagogy as the engine of action. So teaching can transfer that knowledge and make that knowledge in action happen in the classroom and then translate it into the broader community. Thirdly, community partnerships as an ecosystem of learning and policy as a scaffolding that sustains all of that. Each of these elements alone is already powerful, but when aligned, they can transform knowledge into action that shapes sustainable, equitable societies. Thank you, and I look forward to our discussion.
For the truly engaging and thought-provoking keynote speech, and your insights on knowledge in action really broadens our mind and to reflect on our own context here. And if I may summarize what you have spoken during your speech, um, you have addressed the need for education to move beyond standardized rote learning to support collective action and sustainability. And the core argument in your speech was that knowledge in action is co-constructed, enacted knowledge mobilized to address real-world problems, and emphasizing agency and equity. And when we talk about language, it is not positioned as a resource. It is positioned as a resource, not as a barrier for us to be involved in building our society sustainably. And also, language can encode ecological and cultural knowledge and linguistic justice for educational justice as well. And you have mentioned examples from Australia, Indonesia, and Vietnam that show how local language bolster disaster resilience and food security. And for transformative education, you have also proposed a curriculum redesign to connect global and local issues, multilingual assessment that recognizes learners' full linguistic repertoire, and pedagogies like inquiry-based learning, praxis, and critical literacies. And ultimately, achieving sustainable societies requires leveraging these knowledge systems and ensuring learning leads to action with strong support from community partnerships and policy changes. Once again, we thank you so much for the insights that you have given in the keynote. And now we would like to move forward to question and answer session. If the participant here would like to ask questions to Dr. Min regarding the keynote, you may raise your hand and I will give the chance for you to address the question. while wait for the questions that are presented orally, we have some questions in the chat box, Dr. Min. The first is from Stefan. The question is, what challenges might arise when using language to advocate for social sustainability? Doctor.
Thank you. So let me just read out the question again. What challenges might arise when using language to advocate for social sustainability? I think the first challenge lies in the policies that we have at the moment for education and for language policy and educational policy. So as I mentioned in the presentation, many contexts are still advocating a monolingual mindset. Rather than acknowledging or recognizing the role of other languages in the process of education. So, and another point I mentioned in the presentation is language is not just a means of communication or a medium of instruction. It is a carrier of knowledge, multidisciplinary knowledge. So when language policy and educational policy prevents the access to these languages, we are limiting the possibility of accessing the wealth of knowledge that students bring into the classroom, the interdisciplinary knowledge. So when they learn science, when they learn technology, for example, they bring with them a lot of prior knowledge already, not just the knowledge that is being delivered in the classroom through a curriculum or textbook or a lecture. So the first challenge, I would say, is about policy and curriculum design. The second challenge, I would say, is disciplines are still working pretty much in isolation due to the design of current curriculum. So students lack the opportunity to learn things in collaboration with people from other disciplines. It is another issue, but another challenge, but it is also related to the curriculum design issue I mentioned earlier. Another challenge I can think of is teacher education is not ready, has not been able to keep up with the challenge of advocating for interdisciplinary education. Because teachers are not trained interdisciplinary that much. They're not ready to take up that challenge and that can create further challenges in not just teaching, but also learning as well. I hope that I've answered your question. Technique, right? Yeah, this is a very good question, similar to the previous one, a very good one as well. So the long-term implications of implementing sustainability-based language education practices is profound, as you can see partly through the presentation. So we can build students who are knowledgeable. I'm talking not just about language education, but education in general. But language plays a really important role in that, in pursuing that goal. So students become more responsible and more agentic in their learning. They can access their own knowledge repertoire, bring that knowledge to share with the community in the classroom, and then together build the systems of knowledge that can be translated into wider society and solving broader issues in the society as well. So yeah, when we recognize these when we implement these sustainability-based education practices, we build richer knowledge system and more practical and more real life oriented approach to education, and that can have a long-term impact on just learning the language or learning facts in science or learning how to solve a maths problem without connecting to sustainability goals.
Thank you, Doctor. And then there's a next question from Nita, and she's asking, why is interdisciplinary pedagogy essential in modern education?
Another great question. That reminded me straight away of the example, the iPhone example that Dr. Robbie gave in the earlier keynote speech. So the iPhone is a huge success in history. And it is an example of interdisciplinary. So a lot of partners work together to create that huge success. And that is why interdisciplinary pedagogy is essential. We need to work together to leverage the strengths and resources that everyone can bring to the table. One person cannot make, or one company making the screen, for example, the touch screen, cannot create that success in the iPhone example. And it takes everyone in the broader community to create that success. So that's why, looking forward, it is the way to go. And education systems are pushing for interdisciplinary education as well. And research funds have been invested into interdisciplinary research projects as well.
The last question for your keynote, Doctor. And then for your token of appreciation from the committee, we have prepared a certificate for you for your participation today with us.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
So as our token of appreciation, Dr. Min, we would like to present this certificate to you, and then this will be also sent to your email after the conference.
Thank you, Indra,
And
and
thank
conference
you, Dr.
organizers. Thank you, everyone in the audience, for your attention. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Doctor. We'll see you.
All the best for the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, we are finished with the second keynote speech of the day, and I'd like to give the session back to our MC.
Distinguished participants, we have now reached the lunch break. Please enjoy your meal and kindly return to the main room by 12 p.m. for the paper presentation sessions. Thank you. Para partisipan yang terhormat, sekarang kita akan istirahat 1 jam sampai jam 12 untuk segera kembali ke ruang utama di Zoom untuk melakukan oral presentasi bagi para presenter. Terima kasih. scheduled from 12 p.m. to 14 p.m., which will continue in parallel rooms, including breakout room 1, breakout room 2, breakout room 3, and breakout room 4. Partisipan yang terhormat, sekarang kita akan mulai sesi presentasi artikel yang akan dibagi ke dalam 4 breakout room 1, breakout room 2, breakout room 3, dan breakout room 4. The presenters may join the breakout room as listed in the rundown, and the participants may join the breakout room of their interest. Para presenter silakan masuk menuju breakout room yang seperti yang tertulis di dalam rundown yang sudah dibagikan, dan para partisipan dapat mengikuti breakout room sesuai dengan ketertarikan pada topik masing-masing atau pada pembicara yang diinginkan. We remind all the presenters and participants to return to this main room after all the oral presentation is finished to join for closing ceremony and the attendance form taking. Kami mengingatkan pada para presenter dan para partisipan untuk kembali ke main room segera setelah oral presentasi selesai untuk mengikuti closing ceremony, dan daftar dan link form daftar hadir akan dibagikan di main room segera setelah oral presentasi selesai. Kepada para moderator, diingatkan untuk mengambil daftar hadir dan mengingatkan kepada para presenter untuk segera menyelesaikan presentasinya masing-masing untuk dapat menerima sertifikat. Certificate will be given to oral presenters only after delivering their presentation in their respective breakout room. Moderator will taking and document the attendance of the oral presentation. We wish all presenters the best and encourage participants to actively engage in discussion while maintaining a respectful and academic atmosphere. Sekian dan terima kasih. Selamat siang para partisipan dan para presenter, silakan memasuki breakout room masing-masing.
Today, on this session, we have 8 presenters who will present their paper. Before we begin, I will inform the rules of the presentation. First, each presenters have 10 minutes to present the paper. And after all presenters done, we will continue with 10 minutes or 15 minutes for discussion session. Now we will start our presentation, and the first presenter is Bernardino Nonto from Universitas Santu Paulus Ruteng, The topic is the effect of natural growth regulator of salad extract on the growth of lime cutting citrus, aurantifolia. Mr. Bernardino Nontong, are you here? Good afternoon, Mr. Bernardino Nontong. Are you here? Okay, because Mr. Bernardino Nontong is not here, we will give the presentation to Mr. Sergios Cleopas Paku from Universitas Santu Paulus Ruteng. The topic is the effect of tofu waste application on the growth and yield of radish. Mr. Sergios Cleopas Paku, are you here? Mr. Sergios Cleopas Papu, are you here? Okay. Mr. Sergios Cleopas Papu is not here, so we will give the first presentation to Josefina Sakti Yudanti from Unika Santu Paulus Ruteng. The topic is the effects of NPP fertilizer dosage on the growth and yield of watermelon Citrus lanatus. Miss Josefina Sakti Yudanti, are you here? Let me start from the first and now we are going to start the presentation about Miss Josefina Sakti Yudanti, are you here? Okay. Because Miss Josefina is not here, we will give the first presentation to Miss Carolina Philadelphia Ihud from Unika Santu Paulus Ruteng, where the topic is geotechnical characterization of local clay soil using hand boring investigation and laboratory index tests. Mr. Carolina Philadelphia Ihud, are you here? Are you here? I cannot hear your voice, sorry.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Miss. You can share your screen paper, and you can start in. You can present your 10 minutes.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carolina Villa from the Civil Engineering Study Program at the Katolik University of Indonesia, St. Paulus Ruteng. Today, I will be presenting the result of my research on the geotechnical characterization of clay sand soil based on hand boring data and laboratory index tests. This slide outlines the key topics I will cover today. The first, introduction, second, method of analysis, third, result, discussion, and conclusion. There are several introduction points related to this research. The first, the characterization of soil are a fundamental element in geotechnical planning and design, as a soil behavior governs the bearing capacity, settlement, and foundation stability of a structure based on dust and soban. Second, clay soil, particularly in humid tropical regions such as Ruteng Flores, exhibit high plasticity and significant volumetric change due to natural variance in moisture content. Three, these conditions make the soil susceptible to sink swell behavior, surface cracking, and differential settlement in structure if not properly managed through adequate understanding of soil parameters. Four, therefore, the characterization of index and Physical properties become a critical initial stage before conducting foundation design or further soil stability analysis. Next, 5. The study area is located on the western side of Misio Field, Ruteng, East Nusa Tenggara, an area that has recently experienced increasing development of educational facilities and public infrastructure. However, literature describes a fundamental geotechnical parameter of a local clay soil in this region remains highly limited. Technical information concerning grain size distribution, Attenborough limits, shrinkage limits, natural water content, the particle composition, and soil compaction response has not yet been documented systematically and quantitatively. This option of localized geotechnical data lists foundation design in a local project to rely on assumption or generalized soil parameter from other regions, potentially increasing uncertainty in design and elevating technical risks in the field.
Miss, you have 3 minutes left.
Okay. This is the project overview. This study area is located on the western side of Misio Field, Ruteng, East Nusa Tenggara. This is the located of soil sampling. Method of analysis. This study employ as experimental approach based on field investigation and laboratory testing. Okay, this is documentary photo taken during the research located at the field site. This is field investigation handboard, which is disturbed sample and undisturbed sample. And then laboratory testing, which water content, liquid limit, plastic limit, sieve analysis, soil compaction, specific gravity, hydrometer, and unit weight of soil. This is method of analysis that the soil testing was conducted in the geotechnical laboratory with the following series of tests. There are sieve and hydrometer analysis to determine the grain size distribution. Second, natural water content, soil unit weight test, Attenborough limit, specific gravity of soil solids, shrinkage limit, and of standard proper compaction test. This is the result and discussion. For water content, the natural water content of the soil ranks from 8 to 16%, which is considered low compared with medium to high plasticity clay that commonly exhibit natural water content greater than 25 until 40%. From a geotechnical perspective, the low water content and narrow variation indicate that the soil does not exhibit significant plasticity, undergoes minimal volumetric change with fluctuation in moisture, and show relatively high stability due to the predominance of coarse particles. This is the result from laboratory tests about unit weight. This is the result about specific gravity or GS. Equal 2.53. And this is Attenborough limit. There are plastic limit, liquid limit, and shrinkage limit. And plasticity index, so that the value from plasticity index equal 36.5%. From API value is considered high, indicating that the soil exhibiting significant plasticity. Soil with high plasticity indicates typical have a wide plastic water content range and are highly sensitive to environment moisture variation. This condition is commonly associated with substantial swelling, shrinkage potential, and a mechanical behavior control by active fine frictions such as silt and clay. This is the result from shrinkage limit. The test results indicate that the shrinkage limit SL of the soil is 13.60%. This value is relatively high compared to typical high plasticity clay. A relative high shrinkage limit suggests that the soil does not undergo significant volume reduction when the water content decreases to level below the shrinkage limit. This is the result from grain size distribution, so that gradation sand fully graded. And this is the result from hydrometer analysis result. When the results are both test, sieve analysis, and hydrometer analysis are combined, it can be concluded that the soil sample is classified as poorly graded sand with a small amount of silt clay mixture. Although the fine fraction is not quantitatively dominant, its presence still influences variation in water content, permeability, and compaction characteristic of the soil. And then the last compaction test. This is the result for compaction test. And conclusion, the first, referring to the USCS criteria, soil with a dominant sand fraction and containing plastic fines, classified as clay sand. This classification is consistent with the laboratory test result, which indicate poorly graded sand, high plasticity index, soil behavior less influenced by active fine particles, even though their percentage is relatively small. And implication for the mechanical behavior of the soil classification as clay sand exhibit this distinct mechanical behavior. The combination of sand grains with plasticity clay cause the soil to show relative good shear strength under dry to moist condition, but it's become highly sensitive to increase in water content. And then implication for foundation design. For shallow foundation, 2 rights of differential settlement, ground improvement, and for design deep foundation.
Miss
Thank you.
Villa,
Yeah. Saya sudah ya.
I'm so sorry, Miss Villa, your time is end.
I'm so sorry for all the presenters and participants. My internet connection is really bad. I'm so sorry once again. I'm so sorry. And then thank you, Miss Villa. Your presentation is done. And now we will continue with the next presenter. The next presenter is Mr. Bernardino Nonton from Universitas Santu Paulus Ruteng. With the topic is the effect of natural growth regulator of shallot extract on the growth of lime cutting Citrus aurantifolia. Mr. Bernardino Nonton, are you here? Okay, we will give to another presenters. We will give to Mr. Sergius Cleopas Papu from Unika Santu Paulus Ruteng, but the topic is the effect of tofu waste application on the growth and yield of radish. Mr. Sergius, are you here?
Yes, saya di sini.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sergius. Now the time and screen is yours.
Baik. Sorry. Mohon tunggu sebentar.
Sir, we just can see your background. Your paper is we cannot see it.
Pertumbuhan tanaman mendukung pertumbuhan tanah, sedangkan fosfor itu untuk mendukung pertumbuhan akar dan sedangkan kaliumnya itu untuk membantu pengaturan keseimbangan air. Yang berikut tabel 2. Rata umur berbunga mentimun Jepang. Dari tabel ini kita dapat melihat bahwa perlakuan terbaik untuk umur berbunga mentimun Jepang itu terdapat pada P3. Hal ini menyatakan bahwa pemberian pupuk kandang ayam dalam dosis yang tepat itu mampu mempercepat umur berbunga dan meningkatkan hasil tanaman hortikultura. Yang berikut tabel 3. Kita dapat melihat bahwa untuk tabel 3-nya itu perlakuan terbaiknya itu terdapat pada P3. Dari tabel ini kita dapat melihat bahwa kandungan unsur hara fosfor dan kalium pada pupuk kotoran ayam mampu memenuhi kebutuhan hara dalam tanaman mentimun, sehingga pada saat panen dapat menghasilkan jumlah buah, panjang buah, dan berat buah yang lebih baik. Hal ini menyatakan bahwa pengaplikasian pupuk kandang ayam 40 ton per hektar merupakan kombinasi perlakuan efisien dalam meningkatkan pertumbuhan dan hasil mentimun terlihat pada variabel jumlah buah, panjang buah, dan berat buah. Yang berikut kesimpulan. Dari penelitian ini saya dapat menyimpulkan bahwa yang pertama itu pengaplikasian pupuk kandang ayam berpengaruh nyata terhadap tinggi tanaman, umur berbunga, jumlah buah per tanaman, panjang buah, dan berat buah. Yang kedua itu dosis pupuk kandang ayam 40 ton per hektar pada perlakuan P3 dapat meningkatkan pertumbuhan dan produksi mentimun Jepang. These are the material I can explain at this time. For the next time, I will return it to the moderator as the seminar with today. That's all, and thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Matthews, for your insightful presentation. Like, even though you speak in Bahasa, but that's not a big deal. Well, thank you for sharing us about your paper. And for the next presenter, we are going to move to Ms. Maria Kalista Hadia Sabu. I think she's the lecturer of engineering study program. And hello, Ibu Maria Kalista. Ibu Kalista, are you there? Hello? Halo, Ibu Kalista.
Iya, sabar Bu, lagi mencoba untuk share screen.
Okay, you may share your screen, and after that, the chance is given to you to present your paper. You have only 10 minutes to present it. And yeah, time and screen is given.
Okay, good afternoon. It is a great honor to contribute to this meaningful discussion today. I hope the insight from my research will add value to our shared understanding. And today, I will be presenting my study on analysis of land cover change and its impact on runoff discharge in Komodo District, West Manggarai Regency. Okay, next, introduction. Komodo District experienced rapid land use change due to residential development, tourism, and other economic activities. Land cover change, particularly the reduction in vegetation, can affect the soil's ability to absorb water. This condition has the potential to increase surface runoff, which impacts water availability, erosion, and the potential for local flooding. An analysis of land cover change in their impact on runoff discharge is necessary to understand the region's hydrological conditions and super sustainable spatial planning. So the land cover change map for 2017 to 2024 is shown on the side. Okay, next method. First, we collect the required data, annual maximum rainfall, slope maps, soil type maps, and land cover maps. Second, the rainfall data were analyzed using several frequency distribution to obtain the sign rainfall for different return periods. Third, the best distribution was selected using chi-squared and Kolmogorov-Smirnov test. Fourth, the design rainfall was converted into rainfall intensity using the Mononobe equation with a 6-hour duration. Fifth, the runoff coefficient was determined based on slope, soil type, and land cover, based on the value listed in the table. Finally, the runoff discharge was calculated using the rational method. Okay, next. This figure illustrates the land cover change between 2017 and 2024, combined by data summarized in the table. An increase in built-up areas is clearly visible, especially in the red-colored zones, will forest areas, and several other land cover classes have decreased. These shifts indicate growing human activities and reduced natural vegetation in Komodo district. This map of soil type and slope is used as a basis for determining the runoff coefficient value because these two parameters directly influence the soil's ability to absorb and drain rainwater. The rainfall data used in this study are derived from the ERA5 satellite product, select based on previous research Tabu 2022, an evaluation of 8 satellite-based rainfall products so that ERA5 perform best, as illustrated in the figure where ERA5 align most closely with the observed rainfall. For the design rainfall, the log percent type 3 distribution was selected as the best fit. The resulting design rainfall value for return periods of 2, 5, 10, and 20 years are 50.61 millimeters and 66.60 millimeter, 76.90 millimeter, and 89.65 millimeter, respectively. The large land cover change occurred in the settlement built-up category, which increased from 50.67 to 32.31. This expansion of built-up areas reduced the land's infiltration capacity, resulting in a change in the runoff coefficient from 0.45 to 0.47. This indicates that the area now has a higher potential for surface runoff compared to the previous conditions. Okay, next, analysis and result. The runoff discharge analysis for return period of 2, 5, 10, and 20 years shows a clear increase from 2017 to 2024. In 2017, the discard values were 249, 328, 378, and 441 meter cubic per second. In 2024, these values increased to 262, 345, 398, and 464 meter cubic per second. These represent increases of 30, 70, 20, and 23 meter cubic per second for the 2, 5, 10, and 20 years return periods. These results indicate a stronger runoff response in 20 and 24, likely influenced by change in land cover and surface characteristics. Okay, the last conclusion. Land cover change from 2017 to 2024 shows a significant increase in settlement areas, rising from 50.67 to 32.31. This expansion of built-up areas contribute to an increase in the runoff coefficient from 0.45 to 0.47, indicating reduced infiltration capacity. The corresponding increase of 30, 70, 20, and 23 meter cubic per second suggests that surface runoff has intensified over time. Overall, land cover change, particularly the growth of settlements area, have led to a higher runoff response in the Komodo districts. Okay, thank you.
Well, Ms. Kalisa, thank you for the fruitful presentation. Thank you for sharing us about your paper. And for the next chance, we're going to move to Mr. Claudius L.B. Chaling and friends. They are going to present about mode choice of transportation to campus case study, civil engineering students of the Indonesian Catholic University Santu Paulus Ruteng. Well, Mr. Claudius, I hope that you are there. Hello? Hello, sir.
Hello?
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for responding. Well, you may share your screen right now, sir, and after that, you have 10 minutes to present your paper. I'm in screen is given. Thank you. Silakan di-share screen-nya. Hello? Am I audible?
Hello?
Hello, sir. Am I audible? Okay. Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, yeah. Hello, sir. Hello?
Hello, everyone. Can you see my PPT?
Yes, but is it another things that you saw here?
Okay.
Kayaknya bukan PPT-nya, hanya background apa gitu. I think that's not your PowerPoint. If I mean you on PowerPoint.
Okay, sorry.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yeah. Can we start? Can we start, sir? Or can you please share your screen? Oh, okay.
Everyone can see my PPT?
Yes, absolutely. You may continue, sir. You have 10 minutes to present it. Thank you.
Of the Indonesian Catholic University, St. Paul Ruteng. Okay. First, introduction. The rapid growth of society has increased mobile create various transportation challenges due to integrated planning and limited infrastructure. Transportation plays a vital role in the supporting daily activities, economic development, and social connectivity. Mode choice in essential aspects transportation planning influenced by factors such as travel distance, time, cost, comfortable, and safety. Meanwhile, the continuous rise the vehicle ownership in Indonesia had led to parking slot and environmental issue, including in East Nusa Tenggara. At Unika St. Paul Ruteng, increasing student enrollment contribute the high travel demand, vehicle use, and limited parking capacity on campus. That condition highlight the importance of understanding students' transportation mode choice. The study examined the factor including civil engineering students mode selection and provided a function and future strategy related to campus transportation and parking management. Next, result methodology. You can see my flowchart. Okay, the study was conducted over 2 months. The Katolik University of Indonesia St. Paul Ruteng, located in the Langkarambong district, Manggarai Regency. The population of the study consists of all civil engineering students, and the sample was determined using the Slovene formula to answer accurate representation. The sample used in the research included students from the civil engineering
study program who were selected based on the required sample size calculation. The research person began with the preparation activities, including primarily survey and literature review. Primarily, data were collected through questionnaires that asked students about their characteristic and research for choosing a mode of transportation, covering factors such as travel time, driving distance, ownership, cost, safety, and comfort. Secondary data include students' background information about it from the universities. The step forming the foundation for analyzing transportation mode preference among students. Okay. Third, result and discussion. Based on the calculation using formula, a sloping formula, it should know that the total number of civil engineering students is 246, with the tolerance of margin error of 10%. The resulting sample size for this research is 71 response. However, since 101 response complete, the requesting was distributed. The research used all 101 respondents as the sample for this study. First, response characteristic. Okay. Further cross-tabulation was concluded to analyze the responsive between transportation mode choice and several variables: gender, travel distance, travel time, place and residence, monthly transportation cost, possession of a driving license, and frequency of mode change. The results show that motorcycles are the dominant mode used by students, 50.4%. Okay, followed by walking, 36.6%, public transportation, 5%, being drop off 2%, and bicycle 1%. Cross tabulation indicate that both male or female students mostly choose motorcycle and walking. Travel distance also play notable role, where the students living with the 1 kilometer frequency walk or use motorcycle, while those further away from modality use motorcycle. Students living in boarding house show similar tendency, with many crossing either motorcycle or walking. Further analysis revealed that mostly transportation cost influence most selection, where students with the expenses below 150,000 mostly were or use motorcycle. Mode transportation data showed that most students do not switch mode during their trip, and their driving license ownership does not strongly affect mode choice. Many students without the license still use the motorcycle. Okay, now you can see my table on the square. Based on the square analysis processing use PSS row and column. The available 0.5, travel distance 0.001, less than 0.05. Place of residence 0.024, less than 0.05, and monthly cost 0.00, less than 0.05, have significant influence of the choice transportation mode. Meanwhile, travel time 0.866, greater than 0.005. Most transfer 0.963, greater than 0.05, and ownership of driving license 0.178, greater than 0.05, do not have significant influence on the choice of transportation mode. Okay, now table of correlation you can see on my PPT. Okay, the explanation about the category of correlation based on the table above. It can be seen that there is a relationship or correlation between the variables and the choice of transportation mode, as well as the degree of the relationship between them. For example, travel distance has the correlation with the choice of transportation mode with a value of 0.003 less than 0.005, with the correlation strength of the 0.447, which fall into the moderate category. Conclusion, the population of students in the civil engineering study programs in the research is 256 individuals based on the sloping formula. 71 students are required as the sample. However, 101 respondents completed the distributed questionnaire. So the research used all the respondents who filled out the questionnaire as the sample. Second, based on the survey result, 55.0% of students choose the motorcycle to campus, 1% use bicycle, 5% use public transportation, 2% with drop-off, and 36.6% walk to campus. Based on the chi-square test, it was concluded that the variable of gender 0.00 less than 0.05, travel distance 0.001 less than 0.05, type of residence 0.024 less than 0.05, and monthly transportation cost 0.00 less than 0.05 have a significant influence the selection of transportation mode. Next, based on the correlation test, it was concluded that gender, travel distance, and monthly transportation costs have a correlation with the choose transportation mode. A degree of the relationship fall within the moderate category. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, sir, for the presentation. And now we are going to move to the next presenter. He is Mr. Pancrasio Mario Yudarsi, and he's going to say to us about flood discharge analysis of Waimese River, Labuan Bajo, using the Snyder synthetic unit hydrographs and CS curve number methods. Hello, Shu. Are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you may share your screen, and then you have 10 minutes to present your paper. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. Wait.
Yeah, sure.
Camera.
Silakan, Pak.
Okay, my name is Pancrasio Maridarsi.
Oh, but,
It's an honor to
your screen is not appear. It doesn't appear. Your screen doesn't appear, Pak.
wait. Can you see it now?
Yes.
My name is Pancrasio Maridarsi, and it's an honor to participate this conference as a presenter. In this session, I will deliver to you a presentation with title Flood Discharge Analysis using the Scientific Unit Hydrograph Method. In this case, I choose my location study in Waimese River. For the introduction, flooding is one of the most frequent physical disaster occurring in many regions. Flood events occur when the excessive runoff exceeds the capacity of natural man-made drainage system, leading to the inundation part of surrounding areas. Such event can pose significant hazard, including damage to the infrastructure, disruption of the community activities, and etc. In 2019, the Waimese watershed experienced a significant flood event that caused damage to the infrastructure, disrupted communities' activities, and led to the substantial economic losses. One of the commonly used approaches for the flood discharge analysis is the synthetic unit hydrograph, or SUH method, particularly when the complete observed hydrograph data are unavailable. Two widely applied SUH methods are the Schneider unit hydrograph and the SCS method. Using both methods in the analysis of the YMSA watershed provides a more comprehensive understanding of the potential for flood discharge. Next, for the method, this study was conducted by collecting annual maximum rainfall data, topographic maps, land use maps, and watershed morphometric characteristic. The rainfall data were analyzed by developing an annual maximum series and applying several frequency distribution, such as distribution Gumbel, log normal distribution, and log percent type 3 to obtain rainfall for various returns period. The best fitting distribution was selected using a goodness fit of test, such as chi-square or Kolmogorov-Smirnov, after which the sign rainfall was converted into rainfall intensity based on the EDF curve corresponding to the watershed time of concentration. So this is the step of data collection, which is land cover data and soil type data. For the analysis, the GPM, if you see in right graph, the GPM rainfall dataset needs to be corrected before use, because satellite-based rainfall estimate often contain best, and this error arises from sensor limitation, atmospheric interference, and difficult of accurately detecting rainfall over complex terrain such mountains, forests, and coastal areas. For the evaluating data correction methods, I use some objective function, which is probability of detection, or POD, root mean square, and a false alarm ratio. For design rainfall frequency, in the calculation of the design rainfall, the Gumbel normal, log normal, and log percent type 3 distribution were used. The result of the frequency distribution test showed that only the log percent type 3 method met the required criteria. Based on the chi-square test and Smirnov test, the log percent type 3 method value, and the conclusion, the design. Next, the duration and distribution rainfall analysis. The first graph, duration and rainfall shows the cumulative percentage of rainfall over time for each record rainfall event. It illustrates how quickly rainfall accumulates during the rainstorm, where steeper curves indicate different rainfall, higher rainfall intensity in early hours, and flatter curve indicate more evenly distributed rainfall. And the second graph represented the percentage of rainfall occurring during each hour of the storm. This graph highlights how rainfall is distributed temporally, showing which hours contribute the most rainfall to the total event. The peak percentage indicates the hour of maximum rainfall intensity. And then the third graph shows the total rainfall for each return period. Play across several grids with the watershed. Demonstrate how rainfall depth varies spatially for different return periods. And then the compression of the Schneider synthetic unit hydrograph and SCS unit hydrograph demonstrate the consistent patterns in peak discharge on runoff response across the different return periods. For example, for the Key2, Key5, Key10, and Key increase with higher return periods, indicating direct relationship between rainfall intensity and watershed response. And for the conclusion, this study provides a comprehensive assessment of flood discharge behavior in the YMSA watershed using both synthetic unit hydrograph and SCS unit hydrograph. The analysis reveals that flood peak discharge increased significantly with larger return periods, indicating that the watershed is highly responsive to the extreme rains. Among the two methods, the SCS approach constantly produce higher peak discharge. The result implies the need for effective flood management strategies, particularly for the higher return period events that pose greater flood risk. Overall, the study contributes valuable insight into the watershed dynamic and support improved planning for flood mitigation and water resource management in that region. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, sir, for your presentation. Thank you for your insightful paper that you have already shared to us. And now we are going to move to the next presenter. He is Mr. Patricius Valdonis Sandi and friend, and they are going to present about women as professional workers in the construction industry, a review of structural cultural barriers and their implication for sustainable infrastructure development. Hello, sir and friend. Chance and screen is given.
Hello, Miss Olga. Please giving me a few minutes for preparing. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you have 10 minutes to present it, sir.
Do you see the slide? Halo, baby. Bisa, Bapak? Aman? Okay. I'm so sorry what happened. Okay. Can you solve it? Can you hear me voice clearly? Or 160. Hello.
Yeah, sorry. You may continue.
Okay, thank you so much. Actually, my research is very simple, far from the complex calculation and formulas presented by my colleagues before. However, this work represented an important first step for our team before moving to the main state of our study, and which is closely related to the professionalism of human resources in the construction industry. So, okay, today I will be presenting a topic that is increasingly important in the development of our modern world, especially in the field of construction. The title of my presentation is "Women as a Professional Workers in the Construction Industry: A Review of Structural Cultural Barriers and Their Implication for Sustainable Development." And this presentation discusses how women participate in the construction sector, what challenges they face, and how gender inclusion plays a significant role in achieving sustainable development. Through this topic, I hope we can understanding the current situation of women in inclusive and equitable industry. And this research is will be presented in front of these people here. And my name is Patricius Valensani, and my student, Maria Fici Kabelan, will be representing the Faculty of Engineering at the Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santu, Paulus, Ruteng. So let us begin with the presentation. Okay, what is the background of research? Why we do this research? What the reason of this research? The first, construction industry globally impactful. The construction sector plays a vital role in building essential facilities such as roads, housing, and public infrastructure, and it directly impacts national progress and shapes a community's livelihood. Second one, rising demand for professionals, growth and technology requires skilled workers from diverse backgrounds. Modern construction increasingly relies on digital tools, automation, and advanced engineering. So this creates a strong need for more qualified professionals from various expertise areas. The third one, women underrepresented. Despite their capability, women remain a small minority in the construction workforce. Most roles, especially technical and field positions, are still dominated by men. And the last one, a masculine industry culture. Um, This is a unique reason. Long-standing belief associate construction work with physical strength and masculine characteristics. This cultural perception often discourage women from entering or advancing in the industry. And the construction industry has traditionally been considered a male domain. Over time, this tradition has developed into a culture that sees women involvement as uncommon or even unsuitable. This creates a perception that construction work requires physical strength and abilities typically associated with men. As a result, women face physiological and social barriers when trying to enter this field, especially construction industry, right? This masculine culture makes many women feel isolated and unsupported. It's also reinforced stereotype that construction work is more appropriate for men, leading to favor opportunities for women and recruitment, promotion, and overall organized culture, and ultimately contributing of their low representation in the industry. So on this slide, we will look at the data that illustrates how women participate in the construction industry both in Indonesia and globally. Let us begin with Indonesia. Women participation rates only from 1.727%. This number shows that at the national level, women are still very minimally involved in construction work, whether in technical roles, field position, or even managerial roles. Such a low percentage indicate that Indonesia's construction workforce remains overwhelmingly male-dominated. Next, Malaysia records with 9.1%. This figure is slightly higher. Higher than Indonesia, and it's a regional trend across Southeast Asia. Even with better access and education, women still faced barriers to entering the industry. Looking at the global scale, the participation reached around 10 to 12%. This means that even worldwide, construction remains one of the industry with the lowest representation of women. The challenges are consistent across countries, stereotypes, limited opportunities, and workplace cultural that are not yet supportive of women. And finally, Sweden stand out with the 20% participation, and this is a strong example of how supportive policies, equal employment opportunity, and gender inclusive work environment can significantly increase women involvement. And it shows that when the industry is open, fair, and safe for women, participation rate can rise. So, ladies and gentlemen, this data on this slide clearly shows that the underrepresentation of women in construction is a global issue, and at the same time, it shows the potential for improvement when the right policies and cultural change are implemented. Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, let us look more closely at how this topic connects to the SDGs and what this means for the construction industry. First, the SDG emphasize gender equality and infrastructure development. This is especially important for the construction industry because construction is the sector responsible for building infrastructure if we want sustainable inclusive development at the workforce behind. And second, there are still persistent gender gaps in many countries. Third, women still have limited participation in the economic and leadership. And so in the construction sector, this is very visible. Women rarely reach a supervisory or managerial position. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So what are the cultural barriers for women? Cultural barriers refers to the obstacle that rise.
Mr. Faldo,
Yeah.
you have 3 minutes left.
Oh, I have to end my presentation, right?
Just continue.
Okay, I have to continue my presentation?
Yes, you have 3 minutes left.
Oh, 3 minutes. Okay, I will use my time. Okay, there are some cultural barriers. Cultural barriers refer to obstacles that arise from cultural values, social norms, and deeply rooted presentation within a society, perception within a society. And these barriers is not related to formal structural, such as laws or policies, but come from indirect factor. They were often subtle and not immediately visible, like gender stereotype, traditional domestic expectation, few female role models, and negative perception of women. Okay, in addition to cultural barriers, there are structural barriers and obstacles that arise from the normal system or structure within society, organization, or industry, unlike cultural barriers, which are indirect and rooted in the social or cultural values. Structural barriers are usually linked to regulation, policies, or organizational framework that directly affect an individual access, opportunities, and experience, like limited training opportunities, wage gap, and limited promotion, unsafe or uncomfortable workplace, and life balance. It's really be barriers for the women to involve in the construction industry. So in addition to the challenge mentioned earlier, there is a unique issue related to the dual roles as a housewife and professional workers. So how to balancing work and family, stress and fatigue, lack of flexibility, and limited child care support. So glass ceiling phenomena. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is a phenomenon that strongly affect many professional women, including this in construction industry. We call it glass ceiling. There are invisible leadership barriers. Women often reach a point where promotion stop. Discriminatory practices, lack of flexibility, and gender segregation of hierarchy, where women are concentrated on the lower position. So I will skip for this slide and I will go to the next slide. In the last slide is the conclusion. The conclusion from everything we have discussed today, it is clear that women participation in the construction industry is closely linked to the goals of SDGs. Construction is one of the most influential sector in shaping society, and therefore it must also reflect inclusiveness and equality. However, as we have seen, women still have significant cultural and structural barriers from masculine workplace culture, gender stereotype, and lack of the role model to unequal opportunities, discrimination, and challenges in balancing work and family responsibility. So with support, recognition, and inclusive workplace policies, women can thrive and play an essential role in construction development. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, addressing this issue is not only a matter of fairness, but a strategic step forward toward building a more innovative, competitive, and sustainable construction industry, an industry that embraces gender equality as an industry that moves forward. Okay, thank you for the attention for all of you guys, and I hope this presentation has given us a new insight and encouraged to take part in promoting inclusivity within the construction sector. So thank you once again for your time, for your attention, for your commitment to the important issue. I truly appreciate the opportunity to share this with you guys, and I thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Valdo, for this insightful presentation. Actually, yeah, you explain.
Committee to reschedule my presentation for today, and they can agree. Therefore, I'm joining in room 4 for decision with moderator Letty. Okay, thanks. Okay, I will now process with my presentation the study about theological analysis of Manggarai traditional rituals. Okay, introduction. You know that Indonesia is a nation blessed with a rich diversity of culture, custom, and deep-root tradition. Among this, a cultural treasure, traditional marriage ritual stand out as important heritage and continues to be preserved and hold profound seek for local communities. In Manggarai traditional, marriage ritual are not merely ceremonial tradition. They are deeply embedded with rich theological values, passed on across generation and carry essential social function, particularly in strengthened kinship bonds and community solidarity. In culturation. However, despite the noble values contained in the Manggarai traditional marriage ritual, recent years have seen a significant rise in case of domestic violence. In Indonesia is KDRT and divorce among penceraian. Kasus KDRT dan penceraian di Manggarai itu meningkat. Indication a study increase in this case, suggesting in shift how marriage values are understood alongside a decline in appreciation of traditional teaching embedded in the rituals. Moderation and globalization have both major change to the mindset and lifestyle of younger generation, making them more vulnerable to choose separation or divorce. Traditional marriage ritual, which historically serve a guide for the building a harmonious family, are gradually losing their meaning among young people. This racial concern about cultural discontinuity, where rituals preferred morally with their deeper meaning overlooked. Based off this background, I wish to explore the enduring strength, the relevance of Manggarai traditional ritual, especially in the context of modern society and among young couples. research methodology, I employed an ethnographic approach to understand the cultural and theology values. Yeah. The research was conducted in Wari village, small village in Manggarai Regency, and data collection involved participant observation. Yeah, when I took part several traditional marriage ceremony, and in that interview with key information, including traditional leaders, the elder, religious leader, marriage couples, and young adults. For data analysis, I use thematic analysis developed by Brown and Clark, consisting of data familiarization, initial coding, theme development, review and naming themes, and report writing the end. Yeah. From this process, the result of my research, I identify 4 major themes. Yeah. I will the first theme, yeah, the theological meaning. First theme, yeah, you see that in slide, theological meaning of Manggarai traditional marriage. Yeah, there are 4 main aspects within this theme. The first, harmony with the Catholic sacrament of marriage. Yeah, the ritual aligns with the Catholic theological emphasis on unity and indissolubility. It highlights the sacred bond of marriage and both unities and indivisibles, yeah, in Catholic sacrament. Satu dan tak terceraikan. And
you have 3 minutes left.
The prayer Renge Lanempung. Renge Lanempung itu in Manggarai tradition, Renge means prayer. La refers to the pig. Pig used in the sacred ritual. And Nempung is short expression referring to wedding ceremony. Yeah? The prayer concludes with symbolic slaughtering of a pig, which signifies the ratification of marital relations. The prayer embodies a dual spirituality, vertical towards God and horizontal toward ancestor and the community and the others. Okay, the third, the expression Asernau Wasewunut. Yeah. The Manggarai expression emphasizes the value and unity life and it until the end of one's days. Yeah. Asernau refers to films made of now, wood, sacred evergreen tree symbolize eternity. Wasewunut refers to ijuk, fibers, yeah, tali ijuk, yeah, known as experience, durability, resistance, time, and weather. Yeah. Together, the phrase symbolizes extra strength and indissolubility bonds with marriage. Yeah. And the fourth, contextual theology. This aspect reflects the hermeneutical bridge connection and gospel with local culture and to understand the sacrament marriage. Yeah. And second theme, socio-culture values in the ritual. Yeah. The first about the strengthening social networks and Wenelu bonds. Yeah. Ritual unite extended family Wenelu, renewing relationship and ensuring vital community bonds. Yeah. Continue through communal meals. Yeah. And the role of ritual cohesion. Yeah. By Durkheim, is collective ceremony is a social cohesion. and social capital, collective resilience. Okay. And the theme, social challenge and intergenerational gap.
Mr. Your time is up.
Okay. The first
Thank you for
and question is strengthen identity and cultural resilience. Yes. Okay. Thanks. Is the conclusion of my research. I will back to moderator.
Okay, thank you so much for the insightful presentation from Mr. Theophilus Achaindorang. And for the last presenter, I will give him to Miss Angela Merici and friends from Jurusan Pendidikan Guru PAUD Universitas Katolik Indonesia. Miss Angela Merici, are you in the screen?
Yes, I'm here, Miss. Can you
Hello?
hear my voice? I'm here.
Miss Angela Merici. Hello?
I'm here, Miss. Can you hear my voice?
Yes. You have 10 minutes to presentation your paper, and the time is yours.
Okay, the first, let me share my file. Can you see my screen, Miss?
Yes, I see.
Okay, so it's truly an honor to be here today to present our study title, Inclusive Classroom Design for Early Childhood, Supporting Holistic and Integrative Learning in Catholic Kindergartens in Ruteng, Flores. And in this presentation with me, Angela Merici, I will walk you through why inclusive design is urgently needed in early childhood settings, how it supports holistic integrative learning, and what we discovered through observation in several Catholic kindergartens in Ruteng. I hope this session provides valuable insights into creating learning environments where every child, regardless of ability, can learn, grow, and thrive. Let me begin by briefly introducing the focus of our research. Cara next slide, sabi ini saya punya like apa? Tidak muncul. Oh, itu sudah buka karumu? Oh, oke. Sip. I'm sorry, Miss. I have mistake for my audio on my laptop. I'm so sorry. So I next my presentation with the understand this urgency. We must first look at the foundation of inclusive early childhood education.
Hello? Hello? Ya. Itu masih bisa. Share screen. Sudah selesai? Sudah, sudah. Bapak sudah pusing? Oh, sudah, jadi sudah turun dari screen, share screen. Sudah, selesai, thank you aja. Sudah tadi, sudah. Berarti aman? Aman. Ini kan ada satu pertanyaan itu. Mana yang terbaik, mana yang terburuk. Saya bilang, itu sudah. There is no the best or the worst method. Tidak ada yang terbaik, tidak ada yang terburuk. Hi, Devi. Hi, Mariner.
Sepertinya koneksinya terputus, Pak.
Oh, iya, apakah...
Dari tadi sudah keputus si Dewinya.
Halo?
Ya, Pak.
Oh, iya. Once again, as we said that there is no best or worst method. SNE 4153 2008 until Liao and Wittmann is same the good methods for calculating the GN values to find N160. Thank you. Muncul hilang, Bapak. Hi. Hi. Are you with me? Hello?
Halo, halo Mr. Kasmir.
I've said the question 5 minutes ago. Okay, I repeat it once again. There is no best or worst method. Yeah, SNE 4153 2008 until Liao and Wittmann method is the same method, is the good method. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kasmir, for your explanation, and I'm so sorry for inconvenience in this session. And thank you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There's no reasons. There's not the best method, not the worst method. I have to finish this one, right?
Thank you so much for everyone here. See you. Thank you. No, we're back to the main room. Go to the main room.
Now, we move to guys have
Yeah, from Surabaya.
Mr. Gufran? Mr. Gufran? Yeah, okay, you can start your presentation.
Okay, and I continue and then okay, and then something and then conclusion. Transfer structure, on construction. And suitability. For developing arts data and minimizing on still conditions and systems.
methodology. The method is
Sorry, Mr. Gufran, we cannot hear your voice.
hello. Can you hear my voice now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I will start from methodology. Methodology, PEL and not properties. For PEL, design specification and superimposed slot from pillars I detailed below. Pile diameter is 0.6 meter cubic. Pile length 22 meters and concrete compressive strength is 25 kilogram per centimeter square. And then pillar load is 4,031.5 kilonewton. Self weight of foundation is calculated as area times multiply length multiply weight, and we have weight is 147.84 kilonewton. Then soil stratigraphy and undrained cohesive earth. Soil profile from boring log and includes layers such as sandy silt, clay silt, and marl. The compressive strength, undrained cohesion, or CU, for each stratum was back calculated from the field and estimated result. And this is the result can we see in table 1. We get undrained cohesion of CU from NSPP data. Okay, the result and discussion. Calculate single bearing capacity. The ultimate bearing capacity, or EU, of a single pile is sum of end bearing resistance, or EP, and soft resistance, or ES, or skin friction. The end bearing number A, end bearing resistance, or EP. EP is mu multiply CU multiply N multiply area of, and with mu is 0.8, and we use Kempton formula, and C is 9, and the CU at the base is 360 kilonewton per meter square, and we get QP is equal to 725.76 kilonewton. And then we calculate self-resistance or skin friction. This the skin friction is calculated by the sum of area multiplied with alpha multiplied with CS, and we can see the result from this table. The ES, or soft resistance, is 2,622.6 kilonewton. Okay, and then we calculate allowable single pile load. The ultimate capacity is HU is HP plus HS, and we have been calculate the HP and HS. So the HU is 3,348.4 kilonewton. With a factor of safety of 3, the allowable capacity of HEOL is 1,116.1 kilonewton. The allowable working load or capacity of a single pile is calculated by subtracting the pile self weight. And we get the allowable load is 968.3 kilonewton. And then we calculate the group pile capacity. The number of pile we calculate use P per allowable load, and P is 4,331.5 kilonewton, and we get the allowable load is equal to 968.3 n, and then we get n point is equal to 4.4, and then we on up to 6 pile, and then we calculate the group efficiency, and this is the formula of group efficiency, and we get the efficiency is 0.76, and then we calculate final group bearing capacity with the formula is efficiency multiply with n multiply with the allowable load, and we get the final group bearing capacity is 4,115.48 kilonewton. And the conclusion is the calculated allowable ultimate bearing capacity of the 3 times 2 pile group of G is 4,415.48 kilonewton, and this capacity exceeds the design pillar load of 4,331.5 kilonewton. The analysis confirmed that the proposed 0.6 meter multiplied with 22 meter box span satisfies the requirement for safe flow transfer and ensure the stability of the superstructure. To that end, the configuration was successfully optimized to meet the necessary group bearing capacity. And that is a presentation of the calculation of the bearing capacity, and give it to the. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gufran, for your insightful presentation. And that's all the presenters done. And we apologize that due to the time limitation, we must end this parallel session in this breakout room 3. We would like to thankful to all the presenters and all the participants for their attending in this parallel session. I also apologize if the presenters and the participants feel uncomfortable during the parallel session in this room. This is not the end of the conference. I invite all the presenters and participants to enter the main room, and we can feel the attendance in the main room, because we also have a closing ceremony in the main room. Thank you so much, and see you in the next time.
Thank you, Dewi.
Ruteng. Oke, sudah kebetulan sudah. Kebetulan sih saya keluarkan ya. Ini keren punya semua ini kan.
distinguished speakers and participants, due to the time restrict, there is one of the presenters that cannot have the chance to present their presentation, namely Mr. Kristio Aji Sasongko. Therefore, the presentation will be held in the main room. For Mr. Kristio Aji Sasongko, you are allowed to share your screen. With the title of the presentation is Scheduling Analysis using the Critical Chain Project Management Method on the retrofitting work of the office building of the Cipta Karya Agency East Java Province. Time and screens is yours.
Thank you, moderator.
Hello everyone, my name is Kristio Aji Sasongko from University of 17 August Surabaya. Today, I will presentation my research about scheduling analysis using the critical chain project management method on the retrofitting work of the office building of the Cipta Karya Agency East Java Province. Okay, next, this is of table of content. First, introduction, then problem and research objective, literature review, flowchart, result and discussion, and the last, conclusion. Introduction. This case, retrofitting work of the East Java Province process encountered several objects, time and cost. The work experienced a delay of 12% in the 8 week. Optimal condition, the implementation must preface plan schedule in the 8 week. Solution, will use the critical chain project management method in evaluation cost performed and the time performed. The problem, how much is the change in the project time for retrofitting the East Java Province public work office building in the green building using the critical change project management method. Research objective, analyzing change in the project time for retrofitting in the East Java Provincial public work building in the green building using the critical change project management method. Literature review. Critical project management is a project scheduling method defined as a long chain in the related event where the relationship is based on the related work of resource. In the critical change project management is a project buffer. A buffer is a time buffer placed at the end of a project critical change provide a time reserved for the project as a whole. This buffer is used to protect the project final completion time from visibility in the critical path activity. And feeding buffer. This is a buffer time to connect non-critical action activity on the critical path. A feeding buffer can use as additional time for non-critical activity experience delay. This formula note buffer time equal SI activity time with safety time, and I activity time after safety time, and N number of activity on critical. Next, this is a flowchart and research location. This location was conducted at the office located at Gayung Kebonsari Road, Surabaya, East Java. Result and discussion. Identifying critical change. Critical activity is the minimum time a project can be complete. If the activity on the critical path is activity state in a project will be delayed. So it's necessary to add the duration of project completion. The identification of the critical path was carried out using Microsoft Project software program. Identifying duration using the cut and paste method. In this study, 30% reduction in duration was used after consulting with the project engineer to determine the safe time based on field condition. Therefore, the GNPM duration calculating is the work duration on 30%. The cut and paste method calculation obtained by cutting the duration by 30% for each job result in the first duration of 1,197 days from the totally initial duration safety duration of 1,711 days. Identifying feeding buffer. In the study, feeding buffer were placed on the first floor drop steel construction work, the second floor concrete work, the first floor wall masonry work, and the fourth floor solar panel. After analyzing feeding buffer, the result is 11 working days. Conclusion. The result of the analysis of time change in the retrofitting project for the East Java Province Public Works Agency office building in the contract duration of 180 days can be concluded that a project buffer of 26 days is obtained which include the main building preparation work, main building earthwork, main building foundation work, first floor concrete work, first floor canopy steel construction work, second floor canopy steel construction work, third floor canopy steel construction work, fourth floor canopy steel construction work, fourth floor catwalk steel construction work, and the main building roof work. The work is description of the work that is the critical change. Will the feeding buffer obtained is 11 days, which include first floor drop-off steel construction work, second floor concrete work, first floor wall installation, and solar panel work. If all buffer are not applied, then work duration will be efficient by 37 days, so that work duration become 143 days. So that are my research. Thank you for attention. Hello.
Yeah, you may stop share your screen, Mr. Cristio. Okay, now we are continuing to the question and answer session. If there are any participants who wants to ask regarding the Mr. Cristio's presentation, you may raise your hand or you unmute your audio to ask Mr. Cristio directly. Any questions? Okay, if there are no questions, we are now moving to the closing ceremony. Welcome back to the main room for all the distinguished guests, participants, and presenter. We will now begin the closing ceremony of the 5th ICEHHA 2025. Selamat datang kembali di main room kepada para yang terhormat para presenter dan partisipan. Sekarang kita akan mulai acara penutupan dari ICEHHA 5 tahun 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the conclusion of today's conference, we would like to proceed with the closing remarks. It is my honor to invite the head of the organizing committee, Insinyur Patricius Valdoni Sandi, STMT, to deliver the official closing statement. Throughout this event, the committee has worked with dedicated to ensure a meaningful and enriching experience for all participants, and we are grateful for their commitment. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Valdoni to share the closing remarks. Mr. Valdo, the time is yours.
Distinguished keynote speakers, rector, respected presenters, honored participants, and dedicated committee members. It's a great honor for me to deliver the closing remarks for the 5th International Conference on Education, Humanities, Health, Agriculture, and Engineering, ICEHHA 5. Over the past session, we have witnessed a truly inspiring convergence of ideas, methods, and perspective reflecting the spirit of this year's theme, strengthening the interdisciplinary dialogue to support knowledge advancement and sustainable human development. This conference has once again demonstrated that academic progress is no longer defined by the boundaries of a single discipline. Instead, it thrives through collaboration that bridge multiple fields, enabling us to respond more effectively to the increasingly complex challenges of our era. Allow me to express our highest expression to our distinguished keynote speaker. Your lectures have not only enriched our conference, but have also offered thought-provoking insights on how education, culture, health resilience, and engineering innovation intersect to shape society. Your contribution have pushed us to rethink familiar problems from new angles and to envision more holistic, human-centered solutions for the future. We also extend our sincere gratitude to all 65 participants who have engaged actively through presentation, discussion, and scholarly debates. Your research showcases a diversity of academic inquiry, from classroom transformation and cultural studies to public health innovation, sustainable agriculture, and engineering designed for community development. The rigor and passion reflected in your works reaffirm the important role of researchers in promoting evidence-based decision-making, technological progress, and social empowerment. To the rector and the university leaders, we express our deepest appreciations. Your continued encouragement and institutional support ensure that ICEHHA remains a respected platform for a scholarly exchange, not only within Indonesia, but also in the broader international academic community. We also commend the exceptional dedication of the organizing committee. Your commitment, professionalism, and attention to detail have made this conference run seamlessly, from abstract selection, scheduling, technical preparation, to ensuring a meaningful experience for every participant. This year's theme invites us to reflect on the importance of integrating humanistic values, scientific inquiries, and technological innovation. In a world marked by rapid change, climate uncertainty, involving educational needs, public health risk, and technological disruption, no discipline can stand alone. ICEHHA 5 has shown that education shapes the mind, humanities shapes identity and culture, health science safeguard human well-being, agriculture ensures resilience and food security, engineering creates the infrastructure that enables societies to grow. Together, they form the pillars of sustainable human development. As we close this conference, let us carry forward the intellectual energy generated here. Let us continue to expand partnership, publish collaboratively, and pursue research that is not only academically sound but also socially impactful. May the dialogues that began during ICEHHA 5 develop into long-term collaboration that benefit our institution, communities, and global society. Thank you once again for your active participation, your insights, and your dedication to academic excellence. We hope that ICEHHA will continue to be a home for scholars who believe in the power of interdisciplinary knowledge and its role in shaping a better future. We look forward to welcoming you to ICEHHA 6 next year, and may your academic journey continue to flourish. I'm Faldoni. I thank you. See you in ICEHHA 6 next year.